All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending HackMotion webinar. We're at day 3. We had a lot of fun the previous 2 days. I think yesterday we touched upon a lot of good content around golf swing technique. We got some great insights from different type of coaches, and it was pretty awesome. And we're very excited to kick off the 3rd day. And we should bring in Dan Whittaker. So let me kind of firstly, as my co-host, just bringing in Dan, try to explain a bit kind of what we have in store for today. So today we have additional 4 speakers planned. First of all, we're going to kick it off with Dan Whittaker. That's going to be followed up by Hugh Marr. And then that we're going to follow up with Mark Immelman. And we're going to wrap up the day with Brian Manzella. So it should be pretty exciting and pretty fun. And one technical suggestion that we saw from the last 2 days, we saw there was people that are attendees that are raising their hand, and I would assume that they're doing it as they want to ask questions. So during all the speakers, just feel free to drop your questions in the Q&A. We'll do the best we can to answer those. So yeah, any question obviously regarding the talker, the theme, and whatever related to golf is what makes you curious. We'd love to hear it, and we'll do our best to answer all the questions. If not, we'll work out or figure out a way how to make it happen in the afterwards. After the webinar, I meant. So we got one question about the recordings. Will they be available? The answer is yes. All of the recordings are going to be released both on HackMotion's YouTube channel, as well as distributed throughout our email communication. So they are going to be freely available after a while, once we end the webinar. But I see Dan is already here. So let me set up the first presenter of the day. It's Dan Whittaker out of UK. He is a PGA coach with a very, very extensive experience as a coach, working with everyone ranging from high-level tour players to the everyday amateurs. So I think Dan has a great perspective how to work with different types of players, how to improve their swing. And so it should be pretty fun. And Dan is going to talk about a case study where he's going to explore a bit how he uses HackMotion in his daily process of training. And then he's going to share a very fascinating case example where an individual had an injury and had to really adjust his swing pattern after that surgery. So it's going to be pretty exciting, pretty interesting. What's that process of making these adjustments? So if you have any questions, just drop them in the Q&A and we'll do our best to answer them. Dan, are you here?
All right. Yes, I'm here. All
okay,
good.
Awesome. Nice to see you. Yes, nice to see you, Dan. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Thank you. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. Enjoying talking golf, so not too bad.
Yeah, I bet you've had your brain fried at the end of the last couple of days.
Oh, well, that's a hangover effect.
Yeah, nice.
Should be fine. But that's good. Yeah, so I think kind of without further ado, I'll just let you jump in. I think you should be able to share the screen and start the presentation. And then just jump right in. And obviously, like once you're done, we'll go through the Q&A. But I'll give the floor to you, Dan.
Cool. Thank you. I'll just get my screen up. Apologies here, I'll be really quick. Is it in webinar settings as well, by the way?
Say that again?
For me to share my screen, it's in webinar settings, isn't it?
It's on the bottom. It's a share screen for the Zoom. If you kind of see the Zoom window, typically it's on the bottom with a little green button.
Okay, I'm being terrible here. Give me 1 minute. You wouldn't have thought it was my first ever time. Got it. Cool. It's just coming through. So if I just...
You see it.
Great. Hopefully we get into Keynote. And everyone can see that? We're good?
Yeah, we can see it.
Great. So thank you for the introduction. Yeah, obviously I'm Dan Whittaker, and I've been asked to sort of talk here for HackMotion on how I use this on a daily basis on what I do within my coaching. So to give you guys an idea on what I do. So the agenda for me here is going to be that I'm going to talk to you about what I do, about my journey within golf coaching. And I'm going to talk a little bit about my coaching identity, my philosophy, what coaching systems I use, and then when we go into a live case study, look at how I use that on a day-to-day perspective in a lesson, and then actually how that would then formulate a plan going forwards for a player. So about me, so I started playing golf at age 13, relatively late compared to some other people, but sort of got the golfing bug, and then got half reasonable. So I was off like +1 on the old handicap system, which is probably like a +3 on the worldwide one now at the age of 17. At that point, I'd taken no formal golf instruction whatsoever. And then age 19, turned pro, started to have some lessons around there. And then it was around that time, just became confused about what I actually really wanted out of golf, because I didn't really enjoy the assistant type of playing in tournaments. The courses weren't really the ones that we used to play in as amateurs. So I ended up deciding to start doing some running whilst I was doing my degree through Birmingham University. And this sort of opened me up to lots of other avenues within other sports, because I ended up getting quite reasonable as a track and field athlete at 800 and 1500 meters. I ran for England, so ran at a national level. Some of my friends were the doctors and the physios of the national teams who did a lot of runs with. So this sort of enabled me to start to figure out a lot about the body, a bit of biomechanics, things quite early on, and just I started to sort of get me quite fascinated in those areas. Then I quickly after that got a club pro role, which only lasted a couple of years. Realized that running a shop and what have you wasn't for me, but I did actually start to do a lot of coaching at that point. Built my own teaching studio, which was pretty modern at the time. We had 2 digital video cameras linked up to a laptop. It was positively futuristic. And then from there moved on to coaching, developed, and then had my own coaching academy, had people who worked for me, and then developed this at this point, which is when back around 2010 started to do some YouTube work. Back then I was involved in golf forums, talking all geeky golf chat and things like this. And there's a guy who had a thing called the Gotham Golf blog, and he'd ask people to give videos or be able to present information. And at this point I started to do some videos, and it was then as well he asked me if I'd do some online lessons for someone, which of course I said yes. This video lesson took about 2 hours to produce for a 10-minute video, which obviously you can now do today from your phone. But now, back then, YouTube wasn't a paid platform. It was just a place to sort of show your voice, show your opinions, show what you liked on the swing. And still today, it's quite a good platform for me. I've got like 49,000 subscribers on there, and I use that just to now and again bring videos out and talk about topics within golf instruction that I think are pertinent to where I'm currently at. I'm now an ambassador for Under Armour, and I'm got the only Under Armour performance centre in the UK. I do sort of footwork for those guys. I help them with working with JJ Rivet over at the ETPI in Terreblanche in France. And together we'll collaborate, and he'll do the design of the shoe. I'll look at the functionality. I'll then see what performance gains it's giving to a player. And then from there, I'll produce the reports that are given out to the golf media and what the story is on the top of the range shoe. So it's quite a cool little thing. Also do some video work for Titleist. So if you were ever on the Titleist website and bored enough to have a look on the instructors page, you click on there and you see my ugly mug on there as one of the people who will give some content and exclusive videos done for Titleist. I've now coach a lot of developing players, so a lot of really talented juniors and amateurs who had wins at every level within the amateur game. And particularly within my country anyway, and some national championships, a couple of international wins. I've had wins at Euro Pro and on the Ladies Rose Series, and we've got players this year on the Challenge Tour and the Ladies European Tour and the LET Access. So I've got quite a nice group of players in different areas. And currently I'm doing some work with Hugh Marr on his CMAS program, which is really about developing your coaching, and just really been fascinating stuff to help just develop what you do on a day-to-day basis. So that's currently where I'm up to. Now, what we've got is here we're talking about my coaching philosophy. So my coaching philosophy is that it's all got to be data driven and proven. So for me, I'm very much evidence-based as a coach. So stats is a part that leads a lot of this for me. So I will be looking heavily at where a player's game is from a statistical perspective, looking at the low-hanging fruit there so that I can start to look at what are going to be the easy wins. And then I have teams of different types of coaches who I work with. So I have Mark Bulfer, who's got a phenomenal background in biomechanics. He helps me out a lot. I have some great physical trainers. And then obviously it comes on to me with the coaching. So I'm looking at how I can bring from statistics, from biomechanics, from the physical, from the screening, from what they're going to do in the gym, what is the body capable of, and where does it need work to end up gaining in performance. So I'm relating all of those together from a coaching perspective, but always aligning it to what the students' goals are. So using that SMART goal setting analogy really is a key part of what I do, because I've got to make sure that this is absolutely in line with what the student in front of me is wanting to do, is capable of doing, and has the time to actually make these sort of goals a reality. Now, I have this model here, which is the stages of coaching that I go through, and this is in every single lesson. And let's give you like a brief overview of how I see each of these areas fitting together and being vital in the coaching environment. So for me, the first bit obviously is going to be the analysis bit, but this actually is very multifaceted, because it comes from pre-lesson, where I'll gather as much information on a player as I can. So it will be having a look at statistics, asking the player where they're at. I'll be getting information on whether they've been injured, what's happening within their own game, and really starting to get as much info before I see them. Then in person, I'll be analysing how a person stands to make sure that, do they lean on one foot or another? Is there something within their posture that could relate to the swing? There's a lot of things that carry over from everyday life into the swing. And I use a lot of emotional intelligence questioning early on, so I can really get on the wavelength of the student to allow me to communicate with them. Because communication, as a wise man said to me, is not what is said, it is what is received. So this is really important part of that part when we're starting to be able to look at what players are able to do, and us being able to communicate well as coaches. For me, then in the analysis part, very data heavy, and I look at all of the data and how that can pull together. Then obviously going into the diagnosis part, I really try to look at what are going to be the easy wins to start with. Is there something I can do pre-swing that will affect the in-swing principles, that will effectively alter the dynamics, which are the players' movement, but also the ball flight that we're going to see. So I really do pay a lot of attention to the pre-swing, and I'll only change one at a time, because I want to know, is the change I'm making having the desired effect? And therefore, I can then start to add on to that one at a time throughout the session, the ones that I need. This will then be part of the coaching part, where I will introduce that one bit in. So the one bit that I've diagnosed that I need in that coaching. And then the review part is I'm analysing what that change had and then going back again. So it's just a nice cycle that I'd go through. Now, the analysis part for me is, as I said before, gathering information. So I have all of it before a session. And then in a session, I've got a lot of technology in my studio, and I'm looking at ball flight. I'm looking at what's happening through the ground. I'm having a look at how this interrelates to the wrist, and then using video cameras from a 3-way camera system. I've also got a 3D system as and when I need it. So I'm really trying to connect the dots between what the pupils told me. Okay, so what is their intent and all the other bits that come into a golf shot. So, what are they trying to do? And then versus what is actually happening in the ball flight, how this then relates to the body movement. And then how can I help tell this to the student through a video, because they've seen themselves on video so often. And this is a big, big part of what I do. So for me, this is how that's all starts to take shape. So obviously, to start with is intent and the concept. So what is the player trying to do, and what is their concept of what they're actually trying to do something that they're capable of, or is it even the correct thing that they should be trying to do? Then we're linking this back to then what they're physically capable of doing, and then linking the physical back to environment. So is the type of golf course they grew up playing having an influence on what we actually see right now in the ball flight that they produce? Then from there, we're having a look at, is this in line with equipment, and making sure that all of these bits that we see on the screen here fit together. Having a look at from the performance through to the ball flight, how the club's moving, and then the body movement and how this all fits. And then for me, what the next bit is, which is going to be the easy win to get this student better. So this diagnosis part, looking at the player, and the center to it is impact, because obviously we know that's the moment of truth. And I link it all then back to the body and how their body moves, how it functions. Okay, and then looking at the wins that I've got on the outer circles here to relate back to the center. So is it a grip issue? So, or is the grip in a good spot, but actually they've got their arms in the wrong spot because their shoulders are in the wrong place relative to their rib cage? And this is then influencing the movement that we see. Is it that they've got a width of stance that's just not allowing them to be able to pivot correctly because they're correct sway, but they're actually just too narrow? So it's how do all of these sections relate? And then on the right-hand side are the sliding scales that I look at for each individual part. You look at this as spectrums. So from a pivot perspective, a center pivot, right pivot, left pivot, which one suits the individual the most? And then relating it back, always back to the shot the student has told me that they either want to get rid of or that they would like to see ball flight wise. So it's always back to what their goals are. Now, HackMotion, how do I use HackMotion, and what do I essentially do with it? So for me, HackMotion is just a great tool because it obviously lets me see the wrist data movement in the 3 directions, but it's always relating them back to the interaction between the player and the ground, their intent, their concept, and the ball flight, and then trying to relate it back to them individually on how they are predisposed to move, what they are capable of doing from a movement perspective, and what limitations they may or may not have. This bit is vital to me. So it's understanding how it all relates, and therefore then building this pattern around the individual human I've got in front of me to help make them the best player I can make them. And it's always about the individual in front of me. So we're talking here on a little case study. So we've got here on the screen Simon Dyson, who won 6 times on the European Tour, 9 times around the world. So Dyson and I are good friends, but I also coach him, and he came to see me after he'd had wrist surgery. Now, we can see here on that left-hand image, and if we go back one more time, sorry, that lead wrist is heavily flexing through impact. So that flexing movement through impact was something that he probably made him the great player he was. You know, gave him exceptional control of the ball flight. It allowed him to really be phenomenal at knockdown shots. But when we actually saw him playing and winning, he actually won on really tight golf courses in normally relatively windy conditions on links type courses, and did that movement that he had, which gave him a lower flight, gave him plenty of run with driver. But would that have stacked up to playing the bigger courses in America where it's needed to get that height on the ball? Potentially not. Okay. And this is where I would go back there, is in today's world, I don't know whether Dice would have had the wrist injuries that we've seen him experience, but we don't have the ability to wind the clock back. But what we see is that left knee is exceptionally flexed at impact. So he's down in the shot, he's not elevating out through the left side. Left wrist continued to move into flexion through the golf ball. And this put this wrist under exceptional levels of pressure through the golf ball, which unfortunately ended up leading into an injury. So I'll just play this video here, and we can see there that there's a tendon, and we can see it just popping on the outer part of the wrist bone. And this is when he went in for surgery, and we can see the way that tendon is moving. Okay, so he obviously tore the subsheath on the ECU tendon. So what happens is that the subsheath sits on top of the tendon, and it sits inside a groove, crudely speaking, in the wrist. And the way that Dice moved through the golf ball with that wrist movement, what happened is it would just go under exceptional loads of stress through the ball. And these exceptional loads of stress through the golf ball were just over a repetitive long period of time meant that the subsheath effectively just tore. So what we saw there was the tendon on the outside, and the subsheath healed underneath it. So he had to go in, and that had to get repaired for him. So his delivery of the golf club 100% contributed to that injury. So how do I use my coaching process to work through this is where I'm going to now go to. Is that, first of all, if we have a look at the HackMotion data on the left-hand side, this was his pre-surgery golf swing, his old golf swing, if you like. He could still intrinsically do this, but he never felt like he had the power with it afterwards, just because the way that it healed, it never truly felt the same to him. But the interesting part for us was just to have that conversation, that analysis at the beginning. You know, how did he originally play? Played up in Yorkshire, windy golf courses, played amateur golf in the UK, links golf courses, exceptionally good at it, great Walker Cup record, great record playing for England, undefeated. So amazing at those types of golf courses. Again, amazing when he turned pro. What was happening though is that movement, as we can see in the graph, when you have a look at the green line, which we know is the flexion extension line, we can see that line is going down into flexion through the golf ball, quickly coming back out the other side. But I would have the guess that it would go into flexion for even longer when he was at his prime. So the analysis part was, number one, was just having a discussion and listening to how Dice saw the world from a golf perspective. What did he like to do? How did he like to flight the golf ball? What was his coaching history? All the things that came together. So therefore, then what we could do is start to put together a plan. So I'd got hold of footage from him when he was winning. So that was a footage from when he played at Valderrama, and he ended up spinning the ball off the green on 18, just missed getting in the playoff by one, the year that Rose won it. And that was him swinging at his best, and we could see the exceptional amounts of flexion through that wrist. So I explained to him how this and the knee working together was putting so much pressure on him. He'd already started to experiment with thicker grips, as you can see that he's got on his clubs right here in this video, taken in March 22. This is at in Turkey. And you can see here, he's still got a lot of shaft lean, but this is real low levels of shaft lean for Dice compared to what he did have. So we explained how we've got to get that lead side to elevate from the ground up through the shoulder, which allows the left arm to get longer and effectively put the left wrist into greater levels of extension through the ball, which will then give him ability to hit the ball higher, which I always felt was something that he needed with his driver. Intriguingly now, though, even on certain shots around the greens, if he wants to hit a low runner, he'll always turn the wrist down, but doesn't have any idea that's what he's doing. That's just how he plays that shot. But because there's not a high level of load going through that, he can really keep doing that for those particular types of shots. It was more a case of how do we relate this to the long game to help optimize performance for him. So when we then layered those changes in, we started to look firstly on that he played with an exceptionally narrow stance. So a really narrow stance was encourage that leg drive coming through for him, made it really easy for him to stay in the shot. So first change was let's alter setup and see what we get. We altered that around. Now he's playing those jumbo max grips because he felt like that helped take pressure off the wrist. I never felt it did, to be honest, but even that video, the graph on the left is with the jumbo max. I had a feeling it'd be way worse with a thinner grip. Then what we started to do then was have a look at where he would be at address to make sure that the shoulders were in position to fit with the way that he wanted to hold the golf club. So set up positions. Then it was all about in-swing changes. So we did a couple of drills, and those drills were these two here. And the first one is me explaining to Dice how I wanted the wrist to extend. So he simply grabbed hold of it and then started making practice swings. And he just started to talk fluidly about, it feels like the bounce is working. I'm delivering more loft. This is how the club is working. Mm-hmm. And we can see here that he ended up developing this into hitting shots with it. And he became really good at it. So this became part of his warm-up. It gave him the feeling of what he was trying to do, how he would use the ground. And then what we did with the right hand video is that we got him with a left foot forward, right foot back. And the reason for doing this is it gave him the ability to use the ground and extend. So having that ability to A, feel how the wrist moved, and then B, be able to feel that left leg extending. He's got the left side longer. We can see that left leg extends a lot quicker, and he finishes a lot taller. So these two drills became huge ones in his sort of development as a player, or getting him back to altering what he did and taking all of that pressure off the wrist. Because for me, him being the way that he related the movement of the wrist to produce the ball flight was the big thing. So actually, when you go back to the original part, it was intent. He played a lot of golf courses that were short and in the wind. So environment influenced the way he moved. So we have to look back through history to see what happened. Obviously, I looked at some of the footage and was able to relate how this all worked and then put this into an improvement plan that he sampled Tour School last year after only a really short window of practice to get ready for it. Just didn't quite get through, but he's going to have a full season playing this year. And I guess we'll see where he gets to. But hopefully you've enjoyed that and heard a few bits about how I would go around it from a coaching process perspective. If you have any questions, please fire away.
Yeah, appreciate Dan for sharing this. I think it was very kind of personal and very detailed case example. Do you mind ending the screen sharing potentially, maybe?
Certainly.
Yeah, and for the questions, I think maybe I could kick it off. Like, how long was this process that you went through, and like how long did it take to adjust that swing and adjust that wrist motion? Like, how long did it take?
I think that once we experimented with the process of sort of altering intent for Dice in terms of how he delivered the golf club, how he felt the club how it would alter the interaction of the club and ball through turf. Once we got a couple of drills going, he actually started to change it very, very quickly. The type of player he is, he tends to like to look at lots of training aids to help him get a feel. It's just that's how he works. I'll tell him what I'm looking for. He'll often come up to me with various training aids that he's going to try. Many of them he's wasted his money on, but they'll be in the idea of where we're trying to go with it. He actually came up with one himself with the hanger, which obviously is designed to try and do what he did. But he came up with the idea of saying, right, I'm going to try and get this to my right wrist through impact. So he set it up in a way that it was going to be in that manner. And it really helped him get the feeling of how it could release. But for me, it was how the wrist released into the ground. And going back to answering your question, it probably, in terms of being able to hit the ball nicely with it, I would say really, really quickly, matter of sessions. But I think it probably took 6 to 8 months to trust it on the golf course for him, particularly with the really long clubs in the tournament. He went out and had a knock with me about 6 weeks after working together. He moved exactly the way we wanted him to. But when it went to a tournament, which was only about 4 weeks after that, he said he could still feel that in certain scenarios with certain types of shots, he reverted back to the old pattern. But we both understood it was a process that needed to happen, because really the release that he employed was the root cause of the injury that he had.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got a question from the audience of how did the flexion at impact affect his face control?
Yeah, so he was amazing at face control. I'd say that's the one thing he was exceptional at. He'd tend to be a person who was super adaptive with ball flight, so he would really tend to alter ball position a lot. A very creative player. So what we tend to see is that because of how he would want to change the ball flight so much, the club face control was very, very neutral, but he's exceptional at shifting path. He could quite easily deliver a face that is on the right, at the correct side of the path at any point, but he could hit you a 6 into out path and then next swing go 3 left. He's exceptional at that.
Yeah. This is going to be a bit of a longer one, but would you agree that applying a higher vertical braking force in the downswing will affect the release of the wrists moving towards extension at impact?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. For me, it's got to be how it's got to relate back to what ball flight the player is trying to achieve with everything. So yeah, the high braking force is definitely going to influence it a lot. But in terms of it from a pure coaching perspective, I don't see it as anything as a one size fits all. I always tend to see that every time that you think that this one bit's going to fit everyone, you suddenly come across somebody who it doesn't work for. So for me, it's all about fitting together the pieces of the puzzle. So, the components that are made for that individual. So obviously Dice had that left knee that was so very, very bent. For him getting that straightening out, creating the higher vertical force, feeling himself pushing back up from the ground, created a greater rate of elevation through the left side, really then started to alter what that release, that left wrist was doing.
Yeah. And in that process, did you make any adjustments to the grip to allow for that extension pattern for him? Or
no, actually,
and what was the grip? Sorry, what was the grip? Was it kind of strong, neutral, or weak? Like
slightly weak, slightly weak grip. Actually, when he went to the thicker grips, it slightly strengthened, because what happened was when he got to the thicker grip, his hand naturally wanted to sit more underneath and in a weaker position, but his shoulder went into too much external rotation and he couldn't load correctly in the backswing. So we altered where the shoulder and the arm sat. So if it was a normal grip, in answer to your question, I believe it would have gone stronger, but it's still, for Dice in his hand, it felt exactly the same as when he played his best. But when he went to what felt like a natural shoulder position, the hand was in the wrong spot. So he preferred the fact of getting the shoulder into a stronger spot, which did alter the grip, but to him felt the same because he'd gone to thicker grips.
Yeah. We got another question from the audience as well. How do you establish the leading pivot side with the student?
So I do a few different tests. I mean, I'll relate it back to, first of all, I'll ask them if they've played any other sports, kicking ball sports, sort of find out which is their dominant leg. I'll have a look at some pivot rotation drills just to see if it highlights where they are stronger in terms of rotational patterns. I use Rotex plates in my studio as well. So I'll really start to look at external and internal hip rotations for each student. And then I'll basically piece all of those individual bits together. And I won't make a diagnosis before I see anyone hitting a shot, because I don't want to have a bias in my mind to give information that's not going to be suited to the individual in front of me. But then what I'll do is I'll have a look at the way that they're moving. And then from the plates and from what I see, I'll start to fit together a pattern unique for each person.
Yeah. And how do you use, and if you do use force plates with HackMotion, are there any specific things that you look and try to match up in that process?
Effectively, the first thing I'm looking at is when I'm having a look at impact, I'm having a look as does the release of what's going on through HackMotion match what it should be doing through the ground? So obviously the release, if we went back to the case study, Dice had a release that matched. It was just a pretty crappy one because it led to injury. So it was a case of, could we make it sort of a match up for how they want the ball to fly? Is it an injury prevention? Is it a performance benefits? What is the bit that we're looking for to assess out the student from a performance perspective? And then from there, I'm trying to match up everything as it relates to ball flight, but also how that player is able to move. So a lot of it comes back down to that initial analysis part, as in, do they have any injuries? Are there any movement limitations? If there are, what do I need to be aware of? Do I need to move around these? If so, what other experts might I need to pull in, or bits will I need to pull out my coaching locker just from an analysis perspective? Is it something related to how the foot sits on the ground that actually is stopping the ankle from working, which therefore is related to how they're able to load and the way that the lead wrist interacts with the club? It's trying to fit the puzzle together for me. So everything's quite unique to the individual, but it's trying to match the two up.
Yeah. And did you have any considerations of adjusting his wrist pattern before the injury, kind of given how it was? Or maybe you were trying to go to more extension, or you were just kind of keeping because it works?
So I had nothing to do with him before the surgery. So that the wins and all those things had nothing to do with me. I was unfortunately not part of that process. I wish I'd been fortunate to see the wins, etc. I wasn't. But Dice came to me after surgery and said he wanted to get back playing. And that was when we started to talk about it. And that's when we started to really piece together what he used to do at his best, why it happened. I spoke to the surgeon a little bit, and then from there started to put together something that would hopefully get him back to playing golf at the highest level.
Yeah, I guess it was kind of a situation where you just got to make it work and not kind of aggravate the old injuries as much as you can, right?
Yeah, I mean, he said that obviously he'd try and hit shots in the old way not long after coming back because that's just what he knew. But I think he had two bits that went on. I think after the injury, with him not being able to use the old pattern very well because there was no strength in it because of the tendon issue, he started to miss the ball right off the planet with driver. So therefore, the release was then, and the old pattern now all of a sudden with the injury motion had sort of a psychological effect on it that meant that he almost didn't trust it as well. So it wasn't really a hard sell to say, this is really the way that you need to start to go. He also felt he had no strength in it, which was backed up by how low his club head speed was when trying to use it.
Yeah. And we got actually a question from Hugh Marr, who's actually going to be joining here as well. Is there a downside to a player looking back to what they did at their best?
Yeah, I guess there is, in terms of we're looking back and having a look at retrospectively, because it can obviously be a negative connotation to look at how good you were. So it's quite hard to sort of move in the direction that you want to from performance moving forwards. But we felt that it was a great starting point because he'd been successful. And I wanted to know from the journey that we were going on, what had made him successful, but at the same time had brought about the injury, and what areas that had made him successful could we keep, and which bits were vital to change in order to give him longevity in the sport.
Yeah, I think that's ultimately what you're trying to do, right? Kind of prolong the career as much as possible at a high level. One question, obviously, with the flexed wrists that the student had, obviously DJ's example is very common when you look at flexed wrists, especially on the top of the backswing. Would he be kind of a comparable with the swing? And if not, then where do you see the differences, especially from a wrist pattern point of view, between the two of them?
Yeah, he'd only have mild flexion in the backswing. Guys at the top, he'd have a little bit. It was more how he related it through the golf ball, because when you look at DJ and a load of the other players, their wrist is starting to move into extension through the golf ball. The big bit was that Dice would continue to move into flexion. So he had a low ball flight, which was obviously a common pattern of moving the wrist in that manner through impact, which we would have expected to see, which we did see. But it also went in line with the wins that he'd had. So actually piecing together his career and then having a look at how it all related was quite vital in those early stages.
Yeah. One question I'd be curious to ask, I think you throughout the presentation really emphasized the keeping the player in the center of the process, working around what the goals he has with respect to what he's trying to achieve. What would be your suggestions for players and coaches when they are developing their own training process to maximize their return on the time invested and the time spent in that? Like, what are maybe some principles or some suggestions you would have for them to optimize their own processes?
I think that a big part of this is, understanding who you are, number one, as a human being, and then relating that into what you do. So what you do every day in your coaching, the culture you create at your coaching facility, you're totally in line with who you are, because that way you'll deliver on it every day and you're able to be authentic. I think you should ask a couple of these questions to Hugh as well. He'll give you some great answers. And then the other part, in terms of the way that I coach in particular, is that I try my very best to be totally player centered. And it's always listening to the wants and needs of the player and then responding with the right information. And if I don't have the information, I'll go out and find that information as it pertains to that player. And then I'll have a team of other experts around me that I can call on for advice when I need it, if and when it is needed in a certain area. And I think that the number one thing that I would suggest to any of the coaches is that find out what you want to do. What is your true goal and where you want to get? Okay. And then get that goal to be in line with where you are individually as a person, and then start to look at how you can then build that into what your everyday coaching, fundamentals are going to be, your processes, and then effectively you can then live that day in, day out. Yeah.
And from your experience, because you've worked with a lot of different types of players, ranging from amateurs to the highest level of pros, like, are there what's the key differences working with an amateur player versus a pro? Obviously, besides the obvious skill difference, but is there some nuances that are different when you are working with the pro? Maybe it's just that you have more time with him, or there are other aspects that are relevant when you're devising that plan and you're thinking about how to achieve your goals?
I think that this can be split into two distinct categories, and then but I think you put a lot of even recreational golfers into the second category with the pros. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think you've got your amateur player who comes for a lesson who literally just wants to hit it better. They just come in, mm-hmm. and it's just like, I'm struggling with driver, and they're almost semi quick fixy. You're not on a journey for developing them as a player. I think that a lot of people who are coaching for a living, that's the majority of their client book. I know that was mine in the early days, but as it's gone along, mine's always been about trying to develop the player from a performance perspective, all the areas that pertain to improving performance. And I think now that I come across so many club players who heavily invested in doing starts, they'll have a PT that's related just to their golf. Obviously, the time constraints are much greater for that person because they have a job and family and all that sort of stuff. But I'll have lots of amateurs who will come in for 2-3 hour sessions, the same as the pros will come in for. I'm actually astounded at how many of those guys are really willing to go above and beyond the call of duty to get the best they can. It's almost like more important to them than their wives and family in some instances it comes across. But I think that just the vast majority do teach a lot of the people who want a quick fix. But for me, I've always tried to look at that player as I'm going to get them better quickly. I'm going to have a look at the low-hanging fruit, but I'm also then going to explain to them how I could take them on a journey and what that could look like. And I would say 8-9 times out of 10, most of those people ended up becoming quite long-term clients and ended up really buying into that process. But I think that's about your communication with them at the beginning, but also listening to what they're after, but then explaining sometimes how what they're after might not be in line with their time constraints, what their goals are, etc., and then building a plan for them.
Yeah, I think obviously people are fundamentally attracted to the fact that they can get better at something. So I think that always helps, and the communication is part of it, as you said, right? It's not what you say, it's what people hear, what matters. Yeah. Before we wrap up, there's 2 final questions in the audience that I would love to get covered. And the first of them is regarding the case example. Did you see a club speed increase when the player changed his wrist pattern to extension, or it remained fairly consistent?
No, we've seen quite a decent increase, to be honest with you. You know, drivers now 7 miles an hour faster than it used to be. And that's because of the way that he's now able to interact with the ground. The rate of elevation through the lead sides increased dramatically. He's now able to hit up on driver as well, a little bit, not a lot, only like 1 degree, but all of the launch conditions have changed. So he's actually got a little bit more efficient, a lot longer in the air, but he feels that when it's soft ground conditions, he's significantly longer than he used to be.
That's nice to hear. And one final question, a little bit personal as well. What's your favorite book for coaches in golf that you would recommend for other coaches and players?
So I would say that one of the ones from a coach's perspective, it's not for golf, is Coaching Better Every Season. I think that from a perspective of developing your coaching, your culture, what you're going to do, how you get better, how you get your students better, the interactions between you and a player, I think it's absolutely amazing. I really, really enjoyed that book a lot. That took me down quite a lot of sort of sporting cultures direction and things like this for my sort of coaching environment that I've really, really enjoyed. And then golf coaching book, one that I'd recommend. I'm going to be really weird and say that I haven't actually read a golf coaching book for about 4 years. I've been way more down that sort of communication with players, understanding anatomy a lot more. I've done a lot of things like human locomotion stuff, which is how the foot moves, and then speaking with biomechanics and things like that. I would say that from a golf coaching perspective, I'd say that if you're going to look at online things, there's 2 areas that I think are great resources. I think that if you wanted to get better at coaching, just from a communication perspective, Hugh's got some really good stuff that he puts out on his social. I think you should get on his Instagram. I think if you wanted to get better from understanding how human beings move, I think you should go and see what Mark Bull's doing, because from my perspective, he understands the body as good as anyone out there, and he's exceptional at being able to sort of connect the dots. He's definitely been the place I've gone to for the most amount of information on how the body relates to what the club does, etc., in the last few years for me.
Yeah. Well, Dan, appreciate you joining. I think it was very
Pleasure.
insightful, very, very exciting, and I appreciate you putting the time to put together the presentation, sharing it here, and thanks for joining.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. It was Dan Whittaker. I think it was a great presentation. Thank you for him for joining. I think it was very exciting, and I think we will welcome in our next guest, who's actually in the audience, who was in the audience. It's Hugh Marr. Let me introduce Hugh, because he was mentioned already a couple of times. And so Hugh's a PGA coach with 20+ years of coaching experience, working with some of the best European Tour players. So he has on top of that, he's working with developing young and up-and-coming coaches as well. So I think he can share a lot of great insights with us here today. Hugh, how are you doing?
Yeah, good, man. Nice to see you.
Likewise. It's great for you to be able to join. I love that you're participating in the webinar as well.
I had to give Dan a hard time.
Yeah. Well, he gave a shout out to you as well. So you must be both close, right? So
yeah, he's a good guy. Good man.
Yeah, but obviously, of course, yeah. Thank you for joining. And I think kind of I'll mention a bit kind of what's going to be the format for you here today. We're going to keep it a bit more conversation-like. There's tons of questions I would love to cover with you because I think the thing that you're doing on your day-to-day basis is very topical, could be very relatable to a lot of golf coaches and players. So I think it'd be great just to get your perspective. And obviously, we encourage everyone to ask questions in the Q&A, and we'll try to get everything covered as much as we can. Maybe I can ask you a first question to kick it off. Can you kind of maybe, in your words, explain a bit more your background and experience as a golf coach? Kind of how do you get started, and how would you characterize yourself today in the golf industry?
Good question. Basically, I got started because I was frustrated with what was out there. That was the kind of my primary driver, a little bit like Dan, in that I never felt that sort of golf coaching or anything that was written in books or magazines or videos at the time was enough for me. It didn't feel like it was anything substantial enough, and it didn't feel like there was any kind of real objective element to it. And I've got a fairly black and white brain. I've always historically been pretty good at picking my way through problems and joining dots. And I wanted to be dealing in something really significant, substantial that we could measure, and that knowing that if we impacted that element of that player's game, it would have an impact on their score. So I was driven very early as a coach to spend time looking for data. Basically, I became a bit of a data geek early on, and even in my own game when I was a very novice golfer, I was keeping stats. And that kind of drove me down the path later on in my career, where I guess I was a little bit of a pioneer when it came to using data, stats, sports science. I've always been fascinated by sports science and getting to understand how human beings function. And that kind of led me to my relationships with you guys, with TrackMan, with a number of, like Mark Bull, who Dan gave a shout out to earlier. These guys were all kind of, I guess I fell upon them in my quest to find more information and more facts than the majority. And then basically my coaching systems grew as a product of that.
Yeah. And how many tour players are you working with currently? Because obviously I think the number I saw online was 8, right? But it's kind of ongoing, I would assume, with a lot of players, right?
Yeah, it's 3 just now, basically because I made the decision a year ago to stop traveling on tour on a full-time basis, because I wanted to commit my time to coach education, to mentoring the next generation of coaches, and really, I guess, to feel like I'm helping the golf coaching industry serve the game of golf better. And so I still work with 3, 4 guys. I do the majority of the work back home. I'll go to the occasional event, but my focus has definitely shifted now much more towards the coach education element of the business.
Yeah, and obviously, like, we would be curious to know your perspective regarding HackMotion. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, kind of the relationship started a couple of years ago. how would you characterize what's the role of HackMotion in your teaching when you're working with a player? Where do you see the product being used the most, and where do you see the most benefit for it for your coaching?
So effectively, my coaching process is very similar to Dan's, and that I have to start by what I call analyzing what the player's doing as of now. And for me, that analysis is most effective if it is a objective, measured analysis. So clearly, tools like TrackMan and HackMotion come into that process, and Swing Catalyst is something I've started using in recent months. Clearly, that's part of the analysis process. So I'm very clear that I want to know what is happening and how that relates to the golfer's ability to either strike it or flight it. Then I'll use the information I've got, and as I said, whether that's HackMotion, TrackMan, whether it's working with Mark Bull in the 3D perspective. Once I've got that information, it then leads me to make a educated diagnosis. So we've got the what, then we look at the why, and any technology helps me come to a better, as I said, more educated conclusion on the why. So what do I need to shift in this player's movement or behavior to get the desired impact I'm looking for? And then the great thing about a lot of the technology now is that it can also contribute to the coaching process and the learning process for the players. I've said many times before that I think one of the great benefits of Hack is the audible feedback feature, because that for me is, it almost, I'm not trying to undersell what we do as coaches, but it almost puts me in a position where I don't need to physically coach someone. I'm asking them to solve the problem themselves, which from a learning perspective is much more powerful. Being instructed versus rather than learning from within, you've got a much better chance of it sticking if the player has identified the, if you like, the fix or the change from within. And it also gives me the luxury of being able to monitor progress. Is the player doing something different, not different? Have they overdone it? And highlight to the player, look, this is where we're at, and you're making great progress with it. Or we need to find another way to get the same response. Yeah.
One thing I would be curious to ask with regards to that analysis process that you mentioned about being the kind of data focused, do you see some challenges when players are going through that kind of process without coaches' supervision, when they're using technology products on their own, and maybe there's some suggestions what they should try to do to kind of don't go down the wrong path, if you will, right? Because every product's kind of emphasizing its own aspects of it. Is there some suggestions you would have for players if they're doing it without a coach on their own?
Yeah, I've got a number of answers here. Frank the dog is contributing now. I've got a number of answers here. Number one, it's not just players. Coaches are guilty of the same thing. And a lot of that is driven by our thirst for knowledge, particularly in this generation where anything is accessible at the click of a switch. The thirst for knowledge rather than a thirst for understanding. So I've said for many years that I do not believe that data collecting is coaching. Data collecting may be something that you base your coaching on. It helps you make that educated decision that I talk about, but data collection isn't coaching. And to truly impact your players, you need to thoroughly understand what the data is telling you, number one. And number two, you need to have the coaching tools to be able to put that effectively in the hands of the players. That's great coaching. And technology should not be confused for coaching. It's part of the process.
Mm-hmm. And when it comes to the use of HackMotion in your experience, have you had, maybe there's a highlight of an example working with your players where you've seen that kind of the wrist pattern or wrist motion improvements have kind of paid the biggest dividends? And if maybe you can talk a bit more, what was the specific issue and what was that kind of solution to the problem that you had?
Well, let me go back a couple of steps. And I think that, again, this is where we have to be careful of our use of technology as an industry, in that, in my experience, the majority of issues I see through wrists is driven by movement dysfunction somewhere else. This just happens to be the last bit of the chain that's most obvious. So just trying to fix wrist conditions in itself is potentially dangerous. You've got to understand why the wrists are behaving the way they are. So in my use of Hack, the first thing I'm going to do is, as I think Dan does, is I'm going to get it on the player and get some information. Let me make a qualified analysis so I can make a qualified diagnosis. I'll quite often use with players if we've identified, so Lucas Beauregard's a player I'm going to use as an example, and he was using Hack on a regular basis when he was top 50 in the world. We parted ways for, I guess, we parted ways for 3 years. We've recently started working together. So, and that was the reason I asked the question of Dan, that is it worthwhile going back the way? Because I'm actually experiencing with this particular player that going back the way may not be handy, because he's got a whole load of water under the bridge. My skills have hopefully evolved over the course of 3 years. But with Lucas, it was very much the way his trail arm functioned led him to get into extension at the top of the backswing. And then when he was particularly poor, that extension would increase in transition. That was basically his bad swing habit. When he was at his very best, he was still in that shape at the top of the backswing, marginally less because the trail arm had worked better. But the big difference was that he was able to effectively retain this for longer in transition, instead of seeing this, which when the player is trying to hit a kind of compressed fade is a pretty damaging way to start the journey to a compressed fade. We were able to use it to monitor actually how good the trail arm work was and how different it was when he hit P6 in the right way versus the wrong way.
Mm-hmm. And what was, and how was the kind of the practical side of that exercise for you? Was it just kind of doing repetitions and trying to replicate the pattern that you want him to follow?
Yeah.
Or was there something else when it comes to kind of that process of how you went through it, of making those adjustments?
To rewind to the start of our relationship, we started working together in 2017, and his game wasn't in great shape. He's a high-speed player, big, strong guy, proper unit, and he could hit it anywhere. That's always been his issue's never been finding the middle. His issue's been making sure the middle is aimed roughly where he wants it to end up. And it was a difficult time of season to start working with him, because he basically needed to play well for 2 months to keep his card. That was, so I'm under pressure and have to find a way to get him to improve quickly. I use, in terms of how the unit was used at that time, it was very much a case of saying, right, you keep the noise on and make sure you fold your right shoulder. So basically I would have right shoulder, right arm working better. His job is to get feedback by keeping HackMotion on. The big thing that I think we achieved in that relationship early was I didn't allow him to hit one shot in practice, regardless of how much he's working on his golf swing, without trying to produce a fade. So his feels were always attached to a very specific outcome. He wants to fade the ball. He's a better player when he fades it. And every single shot we hit, literally, I guess for about 6 months, was attached to him hitting a fade. It wasn't good enough for him to do a good job here and forget about everything else. He had to do a good job here and produce the ball flight that he was looking for, which made his practice quite exhausting. Neurologically, that was quite a challenge for him. But he got into the habit of just knowing that every time he made a golf swing, he was going to hit a fade. The intellectual and emotional impact of that, I think, was pretty significant.
Yeah. And so essentially kind of you made it kind of very dense in a way, like you kind of really kind of made a whole big change, and you kind of really dialed it in and really focused on it throughout the
that wasn't neither of us were in that luxurious position where we could take some time to get worse before we get better, which is a principle that I despise in golf coaching. But he had to hit better shots now. And I didn't care whether it was a 15-yard fade with a 5-iron. We needed something that he knew was predictable, and he knew the feels associated with that particular shape.
Yeah. And were there any other adjustments in the swing that you made besides the wrist pattern changes that you did that was trying to emphasize, or that was the primary one?
Just little bits. It very much, I mean, a little bit like Dan. I'm a massive believer that a player has to adopt an appropriate start position for what they're trying to do, not just from an impact geometry perspective, but also from a movement perspective. So we tweaked a couple of things at setup, tweaked his shaft lean at setup, we tweaked his stance width at setup, both of which I thought were contributing. But really it was always get set up to it well and move in this way and produce me a fade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when you're, as a coach, going through this diagnosis process with your players, what are kind of the key technologies that you tend to use besides HackMotion in that process? What are kind of your staples in that process?
Camera, HackMotion, 3D, TrackMan. I will look at, basically I use Swing Catalyst just to gather data, so I've got a reference point. That's it. And I'm not one of these guys that has to have the latest technology. I'm a real believer that for you to be an expert coach, you have to be a real expert in the technology you use. Because again, it's not the technology that's the coaching gold, it's how you choose to use it.
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to HackMotion use, while we're staying on the topic, have you ever had a case example where you're working specifically on improvements in the wedge game?
Yeah, I mean, I specialize to an extent in short game and wedge game. And it's very, I find Hack very good for helping players understand the feel of the different release patterns for different shots. So,
and what would be the release pattern that you try to emphasize for the players when it comes to the short game specifically?
I wouldn't say there was one. I would say that I was striving for consistency for that player. So however they chose to deliver the club, if they have a movement that isn't producing consistent results, I'd want to identify, okay, well, let's find out what does produce consistent results, and then give them some parameters to work within, give them some tolerances to work within. Because obviously the challenge of short game is that literally every single shot is different, every lie is different, it requires different combination of speed, spin, and trajectory. So identifying a pattern or a stock pattern is very difficult. So I use it much more to effectively identify the DNA, the release DNA for that player, and then make sure that we keep it within manageable parameters.
Yeah, I think I'd be curious to ask you as well, right? Because I think this all sounds like a process, obviously, right? That you go through with the player, understand what he does, what the goals are, and everything. But I was very surprised that I hear you talk about a stat that only very small fraction of people actually take golf coaching. Like a lot of people play golf without actually ever getting coaching. Would there be any suggestions how to go through this process for amateur players that are not taking coaching? And obviously, first would be go get coaching, right? But are there maybe some other like suggestions or advice that you would give players as they're going through this kind of process?
I mean, it's hard. I think you've hit the nail on the head. We need to do more to get people taking coaching in the first place. I don't think we're particularly good at number one, getting people through the door, and then number two, keeping them coming through the door. But my process for a club player is not dissimilar to a process for a tour player. I'm running analysis, diagnosis, coach, and review in every single session. My job is to make that player better on their terms right now. That's it. That's all I've got to do. And it's got to look very different for every single player because we're all fundamentally different. But I need a robust system that ensures that I get it right on their terms. That makes sense?
Yeah, no, obviously it does, right? Because everyone has their own swing tendencies, nuances, and the stuff that you can and can't do. And I think kind of what you're ultimately looking for is consistency in the swing, so you want a kind of predictable outcome as much as possible.
I think it needs consistency in key components in the swing, and those key components may be very different. I mean, I suspect just listening to Dan talk about Simon Dyson, that Dyson's key components are going to be very different to Lucas Beauregard's. But our job as a coach is not to insist that they have everything in line. It's ensuring, number one, that all of their key components are in line, because they have to be able to play golf. And it's actually more important for a 15 handicapper who plays in the weekend, because that's their passion. We're responsible for making them enjoy what they love doing more and more. And you don't have the luxury of 3, 4, 5 hours on a range with a 15 handicapper that you do with a tour pro.
Yeah, that'd be curious to ask, because Dan said you'd be a good person to answer this. You said that your process is kind of fairly consistent when it comes to amateur players and the tour players. Kind of the general process is more or less the same. But are there any kind of nuances that you have to take into account obviously one is the sheer skill level and then kind of the ability maybe to process the technical concepts, and maybe also the time, like how much they're able to devote. But are there some aspects around working with the typical club player versus a pro that you have to take into account when you're approaching that particular player?
No, because I think you're taking all of that into account, regardless of where they're playing their golf and how good they are. That I'm a firm believer that giving a Saturday morning lesson to Joe the plumber is very similar to giving a Wednesday afternoon lesson to Torbjorn Olesen on the range at a major. I need to be able to provide that player with the least invasive advice that makes them hit better shots now. Because Joe the plumber, I want Joe the plumber to go and enjoy his weekend, and I want Torbjorn Olesen to win me lots of money. So the challenge isn't any different. And I think I don't know why this is the case, but what we refer to as quick tip coaching in golf has got a really bad rap. I think the terminology is wrong, but the reality is that tour coaching, to my mind, is quick tip coaching around a plan. And that doesn't feel much different to Joe the plumber. We've all got an idea of where we want his golf swing in 6 months or a year's time. That's no different to Torbjorn. What's the difference? Time, talent. Do they respond to how they respond? How best they learn? Are they drill people? Are they training aid people? Are they? I don't think that the process is any different. And in terms of my system, it's my system. And I'm being a bit of an asshole here, but my system is exactly the same every time, because that is what leads me to make the right judgment call based on time, talent,
Yeah, I guess the approach and kind of the objective of kind of getting the result quick, not quick, but efficiently, and relatively quickly is kind of the compass that you're using.
No, I think quick. I really do, because impact's binary. So I don't know how many people you've got on the webinar today, but I'm pretty sure if I give them all the same piece of data, they can tell me exactly what that golf ball did. 0 swing direction, 4.5 down with a 7-iron, launched at half the loft, face just inside of the path, out the middle of the club. It's being swung at 95 miles an hour. Pretty much everyone's going to say, well, that's going to produce a high draw that flies this far. It's binary. And it doesn't know that it's Tiger Woods in 2000 on the end of the club or Joe the plumber. Shifting impact is our job. That's what makes players better. Yeah, it kind of it seems all very straightforward when you say it like that. I think because of, but it is as well, right? Yeah, it is. But this isn't a statement that's aimed at HackMotion. I think that we are in an incredibly strong position as an industry now because we have got so much technology that gives us so much more fact. But I think we're also at risk of disappearing up our own backsides because we think the information is the key, and we're forgetting that, no, come on, we actually need to make Joe the plumber better now. It's coaches are not scientists and scientists are not coaches. Used properly, we can complement one another perfectly for the growth and betterment of the game. But I'm not a scientist. If I need to do something clever, I go and refer to my clever mates. I pick up the phone to Mark Bull, or I get Mark Bull in front of one of my clients. I use the science to help better my skills, knowledge, information, and understanding. But I'm no scientist. Geez, I barely went to school. And how would you say, kind of from being a HackMotion user for a couple of years now, where do you see the kind of, if you look at the typical amateur player, club player, where do they have the most benefit of using the technology for their game? I think understanding what they do when they play well. That's number one. Number two, having some kind of tool. And this is something I really enjoyed about the old 3D systems. We're going back, Christ, 20 years. That audible feedback was a really, really key learning element for people in terms of figuring out what correct felt like, or what desirable felt like. But that would be it. Ultimately, this is a tool for coaches to help players get better primarily.
Yeah, I think the emphasis on the feedback that's instantaneous is probably the key, because you can just
absolutely right
and adjust.
Yeah, practice without feedback is just really shitty exercise.
That's a good way to put it. So my question would be, maybe how do you see, obviously, because the technology is coming in more and more, not just in golf, in every sport. And where do you see kind of that role of the coach being now, and how does it evolve over time? Because obviously the kind of the significance of the technology goes up, right? Because there's more information. How do you see the coach's role in that process? Because we have a lot of coaches here joining us today, and obviously they're using different types of tools in their daily practices. So where do you see that coach's role in that dynamic, where the technology is coming up, the players get exposed to it, they're probably also demanding it to a certain degree. So where does kind of the whole coach fit in all of this?
Where do I want it to go? Where versus where I think it might go?
Let's start with where you think it's going to go, or where would you want it to go?
I'm concerned that we may end up continuing to satiate our desire for knowledge and information, basically stuff. I'd love it to become a tool that enhances all of our abilities to understand and coach better. That's because we're, as I said, we're in this remarkable position that all of this technology should help us all become much, much better at making players better. Yet the average handicap remains the same. Yet people don't take golf lessons because they have this belief that golf lessons make you worse, or you have to get worse to get better.
Do you think that exists? That you have to get worse before you get it?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Why are 4 and 5 not going back for a second lesson?
That's a good question.
Is it too expensive? I don't think so. Because realistically, we're probably a little too cheap for the expertise that a lot of us have.
Also, essentially think that the player kind of needs to get worse in their game, and so they have a reason to return to the coach ultimately.
Yeah. I think that's being very cynical, but yeah, I think I would like to think that that's not the case. But I am a passionate believer that golf coaches are the single most important people in this game. We retain people, we introduce people, we make the game fun, we create great environments for people, we create a great social life for people. That's all down to us as golf coaches, and we probably owe it to the game to do the best possible job we can.
And what is your process of developing coaches? Because I know that's a big part of your everyday life right now. You also mentioned, right, that was the reason kind of you stepped a bit more away from everyday coaching with the pros, kind of. So what is your process for developing young coaches, and kind of what's that methodology like?
Well, that's simple. I want them all to genuinely understand what they coach and why they coach it. I want them to understand who they are as human beings. I want them to understand what their biases are and how they can potentially be damaging. I want them to understand exactly what they need to do to get better, but primarily I want them all to appreciate how important we are for growing and bettering the game. And it's been an incredible journey so far for the 2 years I've been involved in it. Just watching coaches develop, watching their passion increase, watching their skills increase, and seeing how powerful a community of golf coaches can be in terms of us all getting better. But it's not me saying, right, this is how Hugh Marr coaches, so you've all got to do that because Hugh Marr's the best. That definitely isn't the case. I'm not even the best at my own facility. It's about ensuring that coaches go on their own journey to become best on their terms, which is exactly my journey. My journey was driven 100% by, I'm stubborn. I'm a pain in the ass stubborn. I didn't want anyone to give me answers. If I had a problem that needed solved, I wanted to go and solve it myself, because I felt that gave me a much better understanding than just being given the answer. And I went through that. I was bloody minded, as I said, a real stubborn pain in the ass, and stuck to that and still stick to that. And I think that's one of the reasons that I've become pretty decent at coaching golf, that I've always been trying to understand and get better for the people in front of me, not go and get tons of certificates that tells me that I can answer a multiple choice question on impact.
Yeah. And where do you see, kind of working with a lot of the young up and coming coaches, where do you see kind of the main areas of improvement for them? Obviously, because you said the passion's there, also like the enthusiasm about it. Like, but are there any specific areas you see that kind of as an industry, the coaches can get better as a whole?
Yes, for sure. I think.
Which would those be?
I don't see enough young coaches, and I must stress that all of the programs I run are not specific for young coaches. I genuinely don't care about their background, their education, age, who they're coaching. I just want people that are passionate about coaching golf and getting better. But in general, I see very, very shaky knowledge of impact, which bothers me, given that's all we're really trying to change. I see very little regard and understanding of how start position affects impact geometry. And I see very little understanding of why certain movements or how movements impact geometry. Now, we've got a lot of people coaching pretty golf swings, but they don't have. I've been looking at a couple of players today online, and they've had an awful lot of coaching, and nothing that they're doing is consistent with the shot shape they want to hit. Now, if impact is black and white, that's binary. Start position, there's definitely some preferences that can encourage the right impact, and the same with movement. We all have preferences that we believe to be mechanically advantageous, and that there is a system. But I think just in terms of coaching golf swing, just a better understanding rather than a raft of knowledge.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. So essentially, it would kind of be, as you said, right? It's just kind of more not more information, but just the understanding, I guess, is the right word for it. Kind of understanding the kind of cause-effect relationships and how one affects the other. It's kind of doing that. And you think, how do you think that being resolved? That should be resolved, or kind of what's the right method of kind of achieving that, right? I think one is doing the stuff like you do, right? Which is kind of go teach seminars and coaches the show to do it. Are there other methods you think and other industry participants that are playing a role in this that they should be doing?
I think our governing bodies can do a better job in ensuring that there's a more robust education. You'd like to think that someone became qualified really understanding impact. I'd like to think that. I think that as coaches, we need to have better tools at our disposal, which would be those tools being community, the ability to share ideas, share concerns, ask people why they can't solve this problem. That would help. I think coaches having a really robust reflection process would really help. That if you can't shift someone's impact characteristics in 3 or 5 balls, you've not given them a good piece of advice. Now, that's not to say that it's going to take 5 balls to fix someone. I'm categorically not saying that. The actual process of owning the advice that you give them may take months. But actually shifting impact data is pretty freaking easy if you know what you're doing. And I've said this before many times that, and it can't be a secret anymore from the people I coach, but I view every single person I coach as a case study. That this is my opportunity to either validate what I know or question what I know. And if I don't like the answer to the question, that then leads me down another road to get better, which is pretty cool because you're getting paid to do that as well. It's not a terrible business model. You're getting paid to get better and make people enjoy their favorite hobby more.
Yeah, it's not a bad job to have.
No, it's not. It's definitely not.
But what if we're talking about the Joe the plumber, which is kind of the character of our conversation? One thing, obviously, we see our users and customers talk about is just the impact that you're mentioning, right? Like having the consistent impact and having a good ball flight coming out of it. Like there'll be kind of a general question, and kind of more specifically with HackMotion, what do you see are some kind of main improvement areas you've seen how Joe the plumber should think about how to improve his impact consistency, and maybe how the HackMotion can support that for the player as much as possible in your mind?
So I would argue that the majority of Joe the plumbers actually don't understand what the club needs to do to the ball on the ground at impact. So they got no concept. or their concept is incorrect. I'm sure everyone in the room here will agree that the single biggest flaw that we see with club players is low point being too close to the golf ball, no shaft lean, inconsistent striking and face control as a product. We don't have to coach many people outside of those parameters. So number one, is their concept correct? Do they actually understand that the club needs to hit the ground after the ball?
Mm-hmm.
Do they understand that they need to hit the middle of the club? Do they understand that the shaft needs to be leaning more at impact than it is at address? So I would always cover concept. And then most simple use of hack in that instance would be that I would basically be able to illustrate to them what good risk pattern or good risk conditions look like versus bad risk conditions. And then I can set them up to hit tons of shots with audible feedback that tells them whether they've done it or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it really kind of a lot of times comes down to having quality repetition, quality training sessions, just to kind of work on. But I think it goes back to what you said. You need to have the concepts right first, so you're not working on the wrong thing.
Completely.
So you're not effectively kind of digging a hole in the wrong direction,
Mm-hmm.
but you're actually kind of on some sort of plan. And I think that's what probably also where the coaches come in, because like it's really a steep task for anyone to kind of figure this out on their own. Because I think it's just there's a lot of stuff to learn and there's no time, and it just it's whoever kind of yells the loudest is the one that's heard.
Yeah, there is a little bit of that, but it's unfortunately human beings we're conditioned to find the point, the sort of the route of least resistance to some end goal, and in this context, that generally doesn't lead to great understanding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think evolutionary biology kind of goes in the route of just finding the easiest path, essentially, how to achieve the goal. So,
and everything that every piece of technology that exists now is designed to make that path even less resistant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. From a coaching perspective, we talked about coaches, but what would be your advice for the players? How can they be better players to the coaches, and kind of what could they do better in your mind to kind of maximize again their own time and their own investment in the game?
Are we talking club players?
Yeah.
I'd find someone to help you, and that someone should have a proven track record for your kind of demographic, how often you play, what your practice habits are. Someone who's proven to get results, number one. Number two, I would genuinely commit to what they ask you to do. I would far rather they had short practice spells more frequently than beat balls for 3 hours on Saturday morning. I'd encourage them all to keep some kind of stats if their goal is to reduce handicap. It's important that we understand that there's an awful lot of golfers who don't have a handicap and never will. Lots of golfers just want to hit better shots. But also communicating to the coach, this is what I want from golf. Because it's very easy for us coaches to assume that they all want the same thing, or they all want to hit better shots and shoot lower scores, where just people want different things.
Yeah, makes sense. I think it was very insightful. I think one final question I would love to ask you from the audience, actually. Does Hugh have an opinion on Homer Kelly's Golfing Machine book?
Freaking love it.
Specifically the impact picks description.
I'll tell you why I love it. Because still to this day, it is the only thorough, systematic approach to building a golf swing and subsequently coaching golf. It had, there's a zillion nuances that we can argue about within that book, but holy shit, it's 55 years old. It's the fact that it has no opinion, stating what they believe to be fact at the time. That is remarkable. And I think Stack and Tilt does a pretty decent job. The Stack and Tilt, anything Stack and Tilt related, does a pretty decent job. But presenting absolutes, or at least which we would now probably call principles or preferences, but presenting in absolute form and presenting it in a very structured, systemized form was revolutionary. And 55 years later, it's still revolutionary. It's not the easiest read in the world.
Yeah. Well, Hugh, I think, well, first of all, I do appreciate you taking the time. I think it was very insightful. I think there's a lot of stuff that coaches can learn throughout the conversation. And hopefully we were able to share some of that with them, and then they'll take something that to heart and implement in their own learning. But I do appreciate you joining. It was great to have you, and yeah, thanks for sharing your insights.
No, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. That was Hugh Marr. Great insights from him. So hopefully a lot of the golf coaches were able to learn something about coaching and be able to take something to implement in their own game. In coaching players. So that was our second conversation of the day. So we're going to shift gears now, go back to a golf personality that's out of United States. And we're going to have our next conversation with Mark Immelman. Maybe you have heard Mark Immelman's voice in a couple of places. First of all, he's a broadcaster for CBS Sports. So you regularly see him on PGA Tour broadcasts. Mark is also a host of On the Mark podcast under the PGA umbrella. So that's also something where you might have seen your educational and entertainment conversations with golf coaches and players around the world. With Mark, he actually had to go to work over these last 2 weeks, and we had to do a pre-record with him. So we're going to actually share our conversation that we recorded a little over a week ago, right before he had to hit the road. But yeah, this is going to be our conversation with Mark, and hope you enjoy it. My name's Martins, and welcome to the HackMotion webinar series for 2020. Hello, everyone. My name's Martins, and welcome to the HackMotion webinar series for 2023. I'm pleased to announce one of our guests for the webinars right now. He has a very impressive resume of what he's done in the space of golf. First and foremost, he is a golf coach. He's trained a lot of the major champion winners, PGA Tour players. And global tour professionals. He's authored 2 ebooks, Scandalously Simple, The Easy Way to Accurate Golf Shots, and Golf is a Game of Recovery. He's currently a golf analyst for CBS Sports Headquarters, PGA Tour Live, and an analyst on-course announcer for the CBS Sports Golf team. Plus, he's also the host of PGA Tour podcast On the Mark and CBS Sports podcast The First Cut. We're really very thrilled to welcome Mark Immelman to our webinar series. Hi, Mark. How's it going?
Mighty good. That was a very nice introduction. Thank you. The truth of it all is, as you can see here by my T-shirt, I really just love golf. I mean, I've been fortunate and so blessed by this game to grow up in South Africa, born back in 1970s, some from multiple decades. Golf has taken me all over the world. I've taught on the European Tour, the PGA Tour, and now I'm in the States in television, which is kind of crazy to believe. And I host this podcast of mine, and if you're watching, welcome to our little studio. This is where we broadcast from when I'm not on the road. So yeah, it's a thrill to be with you guys. I'm honored that you would have me and that you would trust me for my opinions. Because look, folks, the truth of it is, this is kind of something coming full circle for me, because from this very studio, way back, a couple, 3 years ago, whatever it is, do correct me on the timeline here, Marty, I interviewed Reynolds from HackMotion because I saw you guys were just breaking into the market, and I'm like, what a novel idea, because, the risks are just so important in the golf swing. And it's with that I just want to share a little something I put together for people. And I want to sort of talk about how I believe the risks are the tip of the spear. And when I saw about this and I read about this, I'm like, yeah, we've got to introduce this stuff to the world. Because just a little backstory to my term, my quip, the tip of the spear. As you referenced, I've worked with major champions. I spent 20 years as a college golf coach. I was the National Coach of the Year here in the United States in 2009. And I've been blessed to be around a lot of great golf instructors. Played golf at a pretty high level myself. And through it all, I was just an avid learner. And I would read books. In fact, if you could see my desk here, there's a stack of books like eye high. And I'm always reading, learning and stuff. And the thing that got me always was, I'd read the Hogan book and realize, okay, body rotation. And then I'd read Nicholas, and it would talk about, timing of the swing. And then I'd read Jones and all these things. And they're all of these cerebral ideas. And I was trying everything as a player all the time. And indeed, a young instructor, back in the early 90s, began teaching in 96. So I'm dating myself a little bit. And I was successful as a teacher, but I was largely the guy with back then a video camera, and I'd have some footage of Ernie Els because I'd worked with him and I know him well, and some footage of Nick Faldo and some footage of Tiger Woods, and I would take a swing and put it alongside one of them and say, look, this is where you are, this is where you should be, kind of thing. And in as much as what it was helpful at the time, it was kind of rural a little bit. And it wasn't really meeting the golfer where they were. And so I had a seminal moment as a golf instructor. It was back in the late 90s. And I met John Jacobs, who's one of his books, Practical Golf, is kind of like one of my Bibles. And in there, he talks about face alignment and swing path and angle of attack and the speed of the club. And these are the 4 factors that influence a golf shot. And then I met him, and I was teaching someone, and this guy was hitting the ball professional, inconsistent before the event. And so Dr. John comes over, and so I'm like, do you mind if you have a look? And he does, and takes him 2 swings. He looks at the guy, whispers something in his ear. Next thing, these balls are coming out like rockets. And I'm like, oh my goodness. And I was equipped with my video camera, right? And he walked past me and he said, Mark, if you're looking in the camera, you're looking in the wrong place. You need to realize that golf is a game of spin. The golf ball is influenced by the club face and how it travels and where it points and where it lands and how fast it's going. So all of a sudden it occurred to me that, hold on, if that is true, and it was, because I watched it happen. In fact, since then, back before he passed away, God rest his soul, I watched him give a golf lesson, not watching the golfer. All he would do was watch the golf ball and then ask the player how the ball was struck, and he helped him straighten off the ball flight. So all that being said, very long-winded, I realized quickly enough that the hands, and then by extension, the wrists, are kind of the tip of your spear. And if you're at war and the spear is your only weapon, you could have perfect throwing motion, but if the tip of your spear is dull, it's going to land and not do damage. And too often I see golfers, golf clubs, land and do damage because the tip of the spear, the wrists and the hands are not working as well as they should. So just to click on, I'm going to build on here an old adage with a new spin. And back when I was young, instructors coming up now, maybe not so much the case, but the truth is good golf begins with a good grip. And when I began teaching, because of Dr. John and because of David Ledbetter and such, I was really diligent about, golfer learning to hold the club a certain way, because that influences the club face. It's your only point of contact with the golf club, and the golf club is the only point of contact with the golf ball. And as it travels, that defines your value as a player, right? So, I started like that, and then it began to occur to me, maybe with some divine inspiration and a whole lot of experience through the years, that whilst having a functional hold on the club is important, understanding how your hands influence the club is paramount to success. And then I began to sort of vary my approach to the grip, and I became a little bit more tolerant of different grips, especially now in the modern era where, back in the day when I was coming up, the grip was neutral, 2 knuckles at best, Hogan-esque kind of, because clubs were different. But nowadays in the 21st century, balls are faster, clubs are different, golf shafts are different. And so now people are playing with a stronger grip. And so my approach modified a little bit. And I would say now that good golf may begin with a good grip, but constantly good golf begins with an understanding of how your wrists and hands move and how they influence the golf club. So in other words, the wrists, or the hands, obviously, because you're holding the club there, and the wrists are a direct influence on the golf club. And so an awareness of those is just tantamount to success. And so, as preparation for this, this is something I do in my part-time, all the time, I guess, is I just went and looked in some of my books, right? And I just began to assemble a few pictures of some of my favorites. And as you look through the screen there, folks, top left is Harry Vardon. And if you've heard of the Vardon grip, well, he was the trendsetter. You can see there at the top, if you glance at his wrists, he's the dapper looking guy there in the hat. That lead wrist is very extended or cupped. Right next to him is Bobby Jones, who is my hero. From Georgia. I live in Georgia in the United States. Jones was fantastic with Hickory golf clubs, won the impregnable quadrilateral, the first Grand Slam. And if you look at him, the wrist's so extended. Then if you move along, there's a picture of Ben Hogan, who a lot of golf instructors, a lot of players have read the modern fundamentals, right? And there's a picture of Hogan at the top, club face more open, wrist more extended. In fact, he kind of called that his secret a bit. And then pivoting down in the page, you got Arnold Palmer. Palmer, his dad, Deacon, who was a club professional, said to him, hold the club like this and never take your hands off the club, or never stop holding it like that, because that's so important. And Arnold did. But naturally at the top of his swing, you can see how his wrists are a little more bowed or slightly more flexed. And then alongside there is Jack Nicklaus, arguably the greatest of all time. He also has a pretty neutral looking grip, but a very square club face over there. And then, of course, there's Tiger Woods, who's went through multiple iterations of the golf swing. Right there is some very recent footage I got from the PGA Tour. We did some swing analyses, or at least I did for them, called Swing Theory. And so we break down swings, and I recently did Tiger. And this is the most recent iteration of the golf swing. And if you look at him there, very neutral club face. And so you can see through the ages from Vardon to Woods, and as we go beyond into whatever year it might be, you will see how golfers get the club differently held at the top of their swing, or they're in different situations. But the one thing about every one of those guys, and they're all Hall of Famers for the record, right? What every one of them understood is that the object of golf is to get the ball to the target. And at the highest level, it's getting the ball to the target in a certain fashion. Hogan was quoted as saying, in fact, I talked with Tom Stites, who was a club builder for him, and Stites said it wasn't where the ball finished for Hogan, it was how the ball got to where it got, which was very important. So trajectory control. So all of these greats, and then us obviously as well, need to understand that, look, so the presentation of the club face to the ball along its path and where it lands is very important to get the desired shot and to get the result that you're after. And just a couple of things from those golfers. Varden, as I mentioned, was the originator of the Varden grip. And the Varden grip basically was, getting the hands more molded together with a reverse overlapping finger. Before, Varden golfers used to hold the club with split hands, which would afford a whole lot more wrist work and a whole lot more club face deviation. So Varden was the originator of kind of the grip that we use nowadays. Bob Jones, I spoke with Sidney Matthew, who is a biographer for Bobby Jones and the family. And Mr. Matthew mentioned to me that Jones was there. He played golf with Hickory. And then he was at the season when Hickory went to steel shafts, right? And he had such fantastic feel in his hands and wrists that when the Hickory, which was very whippy, was replaced by steel, which was not in terms of the shafts, the club face just didn't feel right. So what he did, get this is speaking to the tip of your spear. He would create the same feel at the top of his backswing with steel by loosening his pinky finger. So it almost allowed the wrist to give a little bit more at the top so he could hit the spot and the feel that he had when he used to use Hickory golf clubs. That again, speaking to what they're all understanding and what they got to do to get the club back down to the ball. Hogan, I talked about it. He described how he liked his wrist to move. In fact, he dedicated a lot of time in modern fundamentals to how the wrists move. And he talked about supination through contact, which is, the back of the lead hand turning downward and how the wrist bone pops up and points toward the target. Again, there's wrist work, correct? Arnold Palmer, Dad taught him how to hold it, never changed that grip, but he described, and I love this description, mentioned that he at impact wanted his lead wrist to feel like Bethlehem steel. So no breaking down there. Nicholas, Golf My Way, which is one of my favorites, talked about good and bad wrist conditions for him at the top of his swing. And he said, ideal was flat, neutral. He said he could get away with some cupping. He said, but as soon as his wrist started to flex or bow, then he'd hit the ball all over the joint. And Tiger Woods, I've talked with him, and if you watch anything on social media, Woods is always talking about how it feels. People think he's quite technical, but he's very, very feel-oriented. And apparently I've spoken with the guys from Bridgestone with who I'm affiliated, and he uses their golf ball. And they like golf ball testing with Tiger is unreal. He feels it in his hands as well as what any machine will read. And so once again, that tip of the spear to all of these greats is tantamount to success. And they all know what they've got to do to get the golf club down to the ball. So now basically, your wrists are beautiful objects, elements. They can move in different planes. And essentially, as you can see there, your wrists can extend, or they can flex, or they can be neutral. That's just up and down. And that has a real effect on loft of club face. And then you have the movement like this, which in this direction here is more radial deviation. And in that move over there is more ulnar deviation. And just some my personal view and some views I've heard from great golfers with regard to that ulnar deviation like that. Steve Stricker has mentioned to me that he purposefully sets up with his putter like that because it isolates the wrists and it helps him to keep the putter face stable. And then throughout the golf swing, if you watch him at the top, there's a little ulnar look to him. On the way down, he doesn't lag the club a whole lot, so there's not a lot of radial deviation. And so the club's out in front of him a lot. And that's why he's such a great wedge player, because he controls the speed of the club and the face of the club just as good as anybody, I think, who's ever played the game. On the other side of that equation is Seve Ballesteros, who, for me, was a wizard with a wedge. And I've never seen anything or anyone, maybe Jordan Spieth, arguably, and Tiger Woods, but Seve with a wedge in his hand was just like a symphony. And he played very radial out of the bunker. He'd get that wrist sort of cupped a whole lot, and he'd extend that wrist and get the handle real low. And I watched him at times hitting bunker shots greenside with a 7-iron that would rival professionals using a lob wedge or a lofted wedge. In fact, a quick story. I was teaching back there in Europe back in the late 90s, and at the BMW I think it was the International right then. It's down there in Munich. The practice facilities were nice, but the chipping area was not that great. And in fact, the chipping green was a little mound, basically, in the distance, some 40 yards from the tee. And it looked like an upside down saucer with a flagstick up right on the top of it. And I was there with my brother, and he was hitting wedges, and the ball was hitting on the green, skipping straight over the top of it. Jeff Ogilvy walked up, and Jeff tried. He's a fantastic wedge player, incidentally, won the US Open, couldn't. So Sevi comes walking over, and he goes, "What are you guys doing?" And Trevor's like, "We're trying to stop the ball on the green." He grabbed Trevor's wedge. He was in his street shoes, okay, not even spikes. Grabbed Trevor's wedge, one swing, clipped this ball perfectly, lands, spins next to the flag. He goes, "That's how you do it." Just because of the skill of how his hands worked and how he manifests that into the club face. So a real simple explanation of how those wrists move. And it's what you guys at HackMotion have now given us the ability to read, to measure. And as an instructor, it's a groundbreaker, because through the years, I've been like, well, you want to get that wrist a bit more bowed. And then the golfer would be like, okay, how much? And I could teach them the thing, but the how much, the feel of it was always the most important thing. Now, quickly fast forwarding down, I guess, the timeline a little bit. As a golf teacher, I love outliers. I have real respect for the beautiful swings like the Adam Scotts and the Louis Oosthuizens and the Stuart Applebys, and to a large extent, my brother even, Trevor, had a fantastic golf swing. But I love the guys who make it look different, kind of the Furyks of the world, the Matt Wolfs nowadays. And I've got some images here of some outliers on tour who are fantastic ball strikers. Top left there, you can see Viktor Hovland. If you look at the images there, carries a stronger left-hand grip. Up at the top of the swing, that lead wrist very extended and the face very shut. But if you watch him down at contact, and I can say to you, if you've never watched Viktor Hovland strike a golf ball, it'll blow your hair back. He hits so flush, so square. And if you look at him over there, how he's organized his body, his pivot, his elbows to a large extent, and then very importantly, his wrists and hands to get that club face down there just so beautifully square. It's as tight a ball flight as anyone I know. Now, if any teacher, without the help of a HackMotion, for argument's sake, where you can measure what you're doing and obviously see the golf ball going well, you show them that picture and you say, "Who's that?" They're going to be like, "Oh, goodness. Well, this guy can flush." And it's because he understands what he has to do within his realm of movement to get the club face down to the ball in the desired manner. Same thing with Cameron Young, 22 PGA Tour Rookie of the Year. He blasts it off the tee. It's got that characteristic pause at the top. But if you look at him up at the top there, a lot more neutral in the wrists, a lot more hanging in the toe. At address, he's got the stronger grip. But see what he does through impact there, how he almost returns if you really pay attention to the glove hand. Now, the glove hand is in the same inclination to a certain extent as what it was at address. And he's going at 125 mile an hour or so there. And you see he's organized himself around that to just blast these golf balls to kingdom come. And he's the kind of golfer where whenever he plays well. So with all that flurry of movement in the golf swing and with a pause, he knows what he's got to do to get the golf club down there consistently. Down the way, of course, is Jordan Spieth. He's on the other side of the coin in comparison to Hovland, very weak or turn to the left grip in the glove hand. So as a result at the top, he has to bow the wrist a bit more, and certainly through impact where that wrist is more supinated, it's more bowed, the lead elbow's bowed some as well, but that's how he hits shots. And he does that consistently. And when he was really struggling, for the record, I was with CBS, and I was sort of the understudy to the great Peter Costas, who in my money is one of the great golf instructors of all time. And Jordan was hitting the thing all over the joint. And so all of us, it was Costas and Faldo and myself and Dottie Pepper and Frank Nobilo and Ian Baker Finch and Davis Love was there. And all of these great minds are talking about, now what's Spieth going to do? And they're like, well, he's got to change his grip. And I was like, yeah, but if he changes his grip, he's not going to be Jordan Spieth anymore. his skill around the greens will sort of go away, because that's going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons if he goes stronger. Well, testament to Jordan, he's found a way around this to get kind of back to what he was doing when he was at his best, to just organize stuff together to get the tip of the spear operational again. So that's some outliers for you. And then the two bottom right pictures there, these are, classic to me. You've got Tom Kim on the left-hand side. If you're looking for a relationship between lead, arm, and club face, that's gorgeous. And right next door to him is a guy who I think is going to continue to turn heads in Max Homa. His golf swing it fell straight out of heaven. It's a thing long. It's the same ball flight all the time. And if you look at him down there at impact, I mean, that left arm, that wrist, that grip, that club face, it's like a picture. I mean, that picture there belongs in the Louvre if you're into, golf swing memoriams, and the way he hits it is incredible. But, whereas, I don't know, you look at Victor Hovland and Max Homa, they would rival each other ball striking wise, but they both do what they've got to do to get the golf club down to the golf ball consistently. So basically what they all do is they understand their own tendencies. More importantly, they know what they have to do to create whatever shot pattern they need. As I've said multiple times, the hands and wrists are the tip of the spear. And, everyone knows that the body is the hub of the motion, and the hips and the pelvis are the engine of the golf swing. The athlete in one pretty much organizes itself around the hands and the wrist to get a job done. Like if I'm picking up my drink next door to me over here, my brain says the signal, hey, go get the drink. So I go to the drink and grab it, and everything else organizes around there. Now, if you had to say to me, Mark, rotate your body, I'd be like this, okay, I've rotated, but now I've got to reorganize to go and get the drink. So you see, it's a lot of movement, thinking, awareness in a short space of time, whereas if you know how this area is moving, you'll find how the athlete within sort of reacts and responds to that. And then the truth of it all, and this is where I've loved you guys, and it's why from the very start, when you were just starting, I was like, this is brilliant, because finally we have something that can measure what's going on here in the wrist. I call it sort of truth serum, because me personally, after I got my own one, I knew what I had to do. I thought I was doing it. I put the HackMotion on in the practice mode. I swung back, I swung down, and I was like, sweet Jesus, this is nowhere close to what I thought I was doing. And then with the HackMotion, and I'd get on practice mode, and I'd have it open in front of me on the iPad. I'd swing back and I'd fiddle around with stuff over yet till I started to see sort of numbers in ranges that I thought was functional. And so this truth serum, this HackMotion apparatus, allows practice and teaching. It's cost effective, and it brings your attention to the direct influence that is the wrists and the hands, and how they influence the golf club, which again is our sole job, right? Is during the swing, we want to organize this club face in a way to get the desired shot pattern at the desired time. So basically the key is, or basically to understand that if you understand yours or the student's tendencies and what they're capable of doing, and are there any limitations? That's the one thing I've certainly realized too, with the aid of HackMotion, as I've talked to players and used it to help them improve, is, I'll put one on somebody and let's say their wrists are way too extended. Or let's even just go to putting. Wrists are kind of loose and they're moving around the plates a little too much. The putting makes it easier, but when you add speed to the equation and they're very extended and they've done this for a certain period of time, any length of time, when you start to ask them to go in opposite directions, they may be build up inside of the wrist, cartilage or scar tissue or whatever, that makes it hard to do. So understanding the tendencies and what the player needs to do is crucial to success. You need to understand how the grip style works in conjunction with the wrists in order to create the shot pattern. That to me is super important, because when, like I talked about the modern day players and the old players over there, when I spent some time with my college team for 20 years, we'd have practices and I'd throw a golf swing at them, just a picture, because I'd come back from the tour, and I'd say, describe what you see. At the top, let's say I don't know, Henrik Stenson, that pops to mind because he hits the ball so well. They'd see it and they'd describe it. I'm like, okay, what does he have to do to get the club face down there to hit a fade? Or what does he have to do to hit the club face from that position down there to hit it low? So I helped them to understand, okay, how does this organization work? But never was I able to measure it for them. But now we're able to. You must also realize that you've got to understand the risk influence on the club face. If you do that, or if one does that, success around the greens is likely to continue and then improve. Think of Seve or Jordan, how they move it. I think a biggie here for directional control is just understanding the HackMotion also measures rotation. So if you understand how all of that sort of stuff works and how that manifests in the club face and how it works around your grip, then I feel like dialing direction is also a part of the thing. But the biggie here of all of these is realizing it doesn't take very much, because you'll see that to move from like -5 to 0 is not very much at all in a HackMotion reading. And then the big one here, this is for everybody. And I always sort of knew this, but I learned it from Justin Rose. He won the event down in New Orleans a few seasons ago, and I was on the call for it. And afterwards, I had to interview him. And I've known Justin since he was a little tot. He grew up playing junior golf against my brother. And when he turned professional, he actually hired me for a little while to help him through that span of 21 cuts missed. It was ghastly. And the poor guy was thinking so much technique and not just playing like he did. And then he improved and he started winning and won major championships and stuff. And then he hooked up with Sean Foley, who helped him to all of that. And, you know, Sean's a great instructor, but Sean is informational and he's very cerebral. And Justin, right before the win in New Orleans, was working with Sean, and he said, you know, I was really battling. I couldn't do what he was wanting me to. He goes, and then something made me say to him, Sean, this is all good, but my feels to me are sacred. And I want to say that again. He said, my feels are sacred. What I feel to create shots is mine, no matter what you say. So the job for the instructor or the player is to understand the concept and take it from cerebral, right, a thought, to proprioception, a feel. So move it from the brain to the body. And the problem with that is that it's hard, but it also is difficult to teach. But now with HackMotion, it really isn't that difficult to teach, because you just put this thing on the golfer's wrist, you let them go, you let them practice a little bit, and you just say, look, you're in this range over here now. You may want to try and vary that number some. And then you do it with a few practice swings to get the sensation. And all we're looking for are those small increments of improvement. So if I could close with this before one or two questions, I just want to really emphasize the fact that you could have the best pivot in the world. If the wrists are badly organized and badly aligned, the club face is likely out of position, and you hitting weak, miss-hit, crooked shots. You could pivot perfectly until the cows came home. If the wrists are bad, you're not going to hit them good. That's what makes sense, because as a young teacher, I was always the guy when I started. Remember, I had the video camera. This is my mea culpa. And I'd look at certain golf swings, and I'm like, how on earth? And I remember when I was a young player, because I was decent, it would make me aggravated when I got beaten by a guy whose swing I thought didn't look right. But now, as I've aged and wised up a little bit, and now understanding wrist alignments and all this stuff, this kind of golf instructional journey I went through, now I realize that's what it's about. And that's why I love these outlying swings, like I showed you, Spieth and Hovland and Cameron Young, because they know who they are. And when you've heard the thing, swing your swing, well, yeah, swing your swing. Certainly, Arnold Palmer said that. But if your swing is not presenting the club face well, I wouldn't swing your swing. You're going to get the same stuff. But you can swing your swing if you organize the club face well, because then you're going to hit proper shots. Because in closing, when I measure a golf swing, I look for three things. Or when I grade a golf swing before I work with it, I look for square contact. Does the ball hit the club face squarely more often than not? I look for leverage, or maximum club head speed with minimum effort. And then I look for repetition or repetitiveness. Is the method able to repeat itself not just in practice, but under pressure. And if the golf swing answers yes to those 3 questions, then it's functional. Then the adjustments should be just minuscule. But if it doesn't, then you make a wholesale change, but throughout the whole thing, Marty, you got to realize that the risks are the tip of the spear. They truly are.
Yeah, appreciate Mark. Thanks for sharing the insight. I think it was a great presentation in terms of the swing. I think if you can end the screen recording, the presentation mode. I think I love that how you set up your personal process with playing with golfers.
Mhm.
And actually, one of the questions I wanted to ask you in the presentation, you meant from kind of, first of all, that it's a process for every golfer to develop their swing. And then you talked about kind of going from the head to the body of just kind of figuring out, understanding the theory, and then kind of trying to implement that in your swing. Have you, in your experience, kind of what would be some strategies that you could suggest for the everyday golfer, that what not to do or what to do to kind of go through that process? Because I think that's always a big hurdle, right? We can understand the theory really well in our heads, but once it comes to the implementation, we sometimes might be lacking either, or there's no trust in the outcome that we're going to get, or like there's a lot of reasons why we kind of dismiss whatever we're working on potentially. So maybe if you could highlight, in your experience, what have been some strategies that are effective, and what are maybe some things to avoid as the amateur golfers are going through this kind of process?
Well, look, I don't think I'm reinventing the wheel with my answers here. It's a really good question. The first thing I'd say is a mistake that one would make, and everyone makes this, and I see it every day I teach basically, is when someone's trying to learn a new motor pattern, that they're doing so at full speed with their driver, and they're hoping for change. But the one thing you have to know is habits, good and or bad, is a blessing. And habit, you must remember that you've developed certain patterns, certain movement patterns, certain motor patterns. And if you're going at full speed, just trying to get the ball to the target somewhere, there's every likelihood, in fact, the probability, in my opinion, is highly likely that you're just going to be doing the same thing. So if you honestly want to effect wholesale change, the first recommendation I would make was to find a drill that teaches you what it feels like. Then I would advocate that when you practice, you kind of go so in a little bit of an isometric sense, or basically you're not going full speed. And then I certainly would recommend, and this is from Nick Faldo himself, I asked him after he was done playing, a former announce colleague, I was like, so Nick, if you had to do it all over again, what would you do differently? And he didn't blink, he didn't bat an eyelid. And he looked at me, he goes, I would have spent more time practicing in front of a mirror. So you can take what you feel and then get what you see at the same time. And it's with that now when I set the HackMotion data down in front of me on the iPad, I'm practicing in front of a mirror. But the mirror is feel. The mirror is not what I see. Because remember, when I'm looking at something, I could be like, okay, I'm trying to get my wrist more bowed at the top. From my vantage point, it may look so, but when I'm getting the truth serum, I called it down there with the HackMotion numbers, it wakes you up in a hurry. I mean, for me, I think I told you, I think I texted you, the first time I tried it on myself, I was just hitting wedges. And I saw the first number and I'm like, no, that's not right. That's lying to me. And then I took a minute and I thought, and I'm like, well, you've kind of always hit wedges that went a little higher than they should, certainly a little shorter than they should. It's probably why I was a really good chipper. But if I had to hit a wedge hard, it would always come off a little weakly and sort of spinny. And it's because of how I played. I was sort of Ben Hogan, cupped, but instead of turning it down and supinating, I was cupped to slightly less cupped at contact. Functional, but not efficient. And I'd look in a mirror and it would look okay. And then I'd hit one and I'd react to get the ball to the target. And it would be sort of better, but not really. It wasn't like I was really changing stuff. It's like I was trying to flip the coin from heads to tails, but it was landing right on the side of the coin. But if you want to move something to the other side and completely redevelop a motor pattern or any sort of movement pattern in front of a mirror, getting your truth serum, going slow motion. I mean, I would say that to golfers of all skill levels. And in fact, in my experience, you will see professional golfers, PGA Tour players, European Tour players, you will see them practicing slow motion on the range more often than the club golfers who are on the range swinging flat out with driver in hand, kind of just hoping for some change. Problem with that change is it's short-lived because you haven't really changed anything. Stuff maybe just be organizing a bit better through contact. You're hitting some better shots. And then the next day you get out there and you're like, where's it gone? Well, what you've done is you just got good on a day there. Stuff was matching up as opposed to you making the adjustment in the right direction.
Yeah, I think kind of listening to your presentation, one thing that kind of cuts through, especially with this last answer that cuts through, is kind of having a purposeful practice, right? Coming there to work on with a strategy or a plan, what you want to do. Is that kind of what's kind of one of your pillars of coaching, when that is like, you must have that instead of just kind of swinging it and then coming back the next day and seeing what happened?
Yeah, my wife uses the word intentional. My wife, Tracy, she goes, we got to live intentionally. You got to work intentionally. And that's such a great way for me to, you use the word purpose. It's such a great way for me to look at and advise aspirant golfers or club golfers or wherever. When you go and practice, make that time count. And when you're in the gym, make that time count. When you're doing anything, make the time count. And look, not to say you can't go to the range, hit a bucket of balls, get some cardiovascular exercise. That's good for your well-being. It's going to stretch your body a little bit. But remember, if I've been doing this movement for 20 years of my life, my body is developing in such a fashion. In fact, Gary Player said to me way back, he said, Mark, make practice swings in two directions, not just right-handed, go in the opposite direction. Because if you go righty the whole time, you're developing your body in such a fashion. So when he said, you go in the opposite direction, it balances out your body. At the time, I was like, Mr. Player, you're nuts. That's what I was thinking. But he's right. And so to your question, yes, having purpose, having intent, knowing what you're going there to do, and then setting the goal thereof will help you to make practice sessions more effective and certainly shorter. I've been more than once with golfers who like to bash golf balls, bucket after bucket after bucket. I'll put them on a ball count because they don't realize. They're like, well, if one's good, two must be better, right? And so three must be fantastic. Next thing, they've hit 3 buckets of balls. Their body is fatigued. Their thinking isn't clear. And now they're just in autopilot mode as opposed to really making sound wholesale adjustments to whatever they're working on.
Yeah, that's awesome. One final question I would have with kind of going back to the question of having an intent in the practice. How does even, let's call it, a regular golf player go about kind of devising that plan or think about how to structure his workouts? Is the answer just to get a coach, or is it somehow the person can kind of go through this sort of analysis mode of himself through practice and getting better? Are there any tips or maybe suggestions you could have for the player that's kind of starting his journey and just wants to get his handicap lower, essentially? How to go about kind of taking away these flaws in the swing and just improve his game?
Well, a lot of what I've learned through the years has been from people way smarter than me and people that are better than me. And I spend this year on the tour announcing it's going to be 28 weeks on the PGA Tour. And I watch these guys out there, and they're the best of the very, very best. And to a man, all of them have an instructor. So that should say something without me giving you an answer. So I would advocate that, yes, if you're beginning, go and get a lesson or two. But always, and I say this to everybody I teach, and this is me holding my own feet to the fire and challenging other instructors watching this. Because remember, I've got my own podcast, right? This On the Mark thing, and people from around the globe download this to all get better. But I'm a golf teacher asking other golf teachers questions. And so if they differ from me, or if they do say something that I feel like is might be misunderstood, I'll start to drill down on them a little bit. And hold their feet to the fire, because remember, our job as instructors and professionals and stuff is to help you to improve. And if I'm not focusing on that properly and not giving you what's absolutely applicable to you, you're not going to get better. And we're going to essentially then drive someone from the game, because if you start playing badly after spending some money on a lesson, it's a poor investment. So I hold my own feet to the fire and other teachers' feet to the fire by saying, if you're doing the right thing, if you've given the appropriate advice and the learner is doing what you're saying, the golf ball should perform better right away. I mean, right away. Now, will it be easy for them to go and do consistently? No, because it's something new. They've got to learn the habits. But if they're in front of you, that ball flight shouldn't get worse. It shouldn't. Because remember, the ball only listens to the club face. And if you're telling a person to do X and that club face is still crooked or going crooked or landing in the wrong place, it's not right. Sorry, I don't care how right you think it isn't correct. And so, yeah, so taking lessons is important, but I'm saying that for the learners watching to say, ask good questions. If you come to Mark and Mark says, well, you got to do this with your wrists, then you need to say, why? And then Mark's going to give you, well, if you do this with your wrist, the club face, which tends open, is going to be more square or more closed. So as a result, the ball flight, which is tending to the right, should start straightening off. And if you overdo it, you'll see the ball flight going to the left. It's a logical equation. Where too many folks are like, well, keep your head down, keep your left arm straight, swing smoother. No, I can show you thousands of people that do that don't hit the ball well. So that's why I'm saying, and use of training aids. I'm a big training aid guy. You know that about me. I've got tons of training aids. But I love a training aid that you can hit balls with. And I love a training aid that gives you instant feedback, feel-wise, and also mentally. And that's why with you guys, it's not like it's not like the HackMotion sensor is telling you, it's sort of pushing your wrist into a place, like certain things do. It's like like guardrails, if you will. The HackMotion is saying to you, yo, here's your number, move it to something else. So all of a sudden it's becoming your mind, your brain sending a signal to your tips of your spear and saying, hey, you got to do this. So that's where, to me, the learning, the self-discovery begins to happen so much quicker.
Yeah. Well, Mark, I appreciate you joining our webinar. I think you shared a lot of great insights that hopefully also, and I believe our customers and viewers are going to enjoy and take to heart. Thank you for joining. For everyone listening, you can find Mark on social media at Mark Immelman, and all your great work at markimmelman.com. Thank you for joining.
It was my pleasure. I love what you guys are doing. I'm a believer. And again, people, try it, get yourself one. You will be shocked and pleasantly surprised all at the same time. And I guarantee you, you'll likely start to see the golf ball traveling a whole lot straighter and more powerfully.
All right. That was Mark Immelman. Hope you enjoyed our pre-recorded conversation with him. Unfortunately, he was not able to join because he's getting ready for another tournament this weekend. But hopefully you enjoyed the conversation. So yeah, so we are currently down to our last conversation of our webinar series, but certainly not the least one. I think he's a person that's been very highly anticipated as well, and he's been part of our company's journey for the last couple of years, certainly being involved in our webinar. So let us welcome in Golf Digest's top 25 coach in the United States, Golf Magazine's top 100 coach, PGA coach for over 30 years. It's Brian Manzella. Brian, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm coming to you live from the PGA show.
Yeah, that's true, right? We're having a PGA webinar and Brian's joining us live.
And if
how's
it's
it going
a little bit loud, if it's a little bit loud in the background, it was quiet when I found this spot. So
hey, listen, Brian, you're a natural in this, that you attract attention and an audience. So we're certainly thrilled to have you. So thank you.
Maybe I'll catch a couple guys coming out of the bathroom with clean hands and I can fix them up.
Yeah, but I appreciate you joining. I think we're certainly happy to have you. And the topic that we're going to be talking about is a fade versus draw. And I think that's something that we kind of discussed briefly beforehand. But we're going to keep the presentation kind of conversation like. There's certainly a lot of questions we would love to go through. And obviously, again, we encourage everyone in the audience, if you have any questions, just drop them in the Q&A and we'll make sure to cover as much as we can in the time that we have with Brian today. So let me kick it off first. And maybe Brian, just kind of, maybe you can kind of set up a bit the conversation from a coaching perspective. So first of all, how do you, from a coaching perspective, go about developing fade and draw as shots in your arsenal as a golfer? So what would be your process that you would typically kind of, let's say a golfer comes to you, you want to develop those kind of shots. Like, how would you even start about going about that process, and how would you think about it, and what would you do?
So the first thing is that I feel like I'm doing it in every lesson, right? Somebody's coming to me and they're not hitting it perfect. Sometimes they're hitting it perfect. That happens about 1 out of every 100 lessons. But the other 99 lessons, the ball is going someplace, it's curving someplace besides going straight at the target. And then you're having to make it go the other way. So you're really teaching fades and draws pretty much all the time, I think, if you're just an on the line golf instructor, like we like to call it. And so, but let's just say you've already got somebody to some point where they're swinging the way that you want them to swing, more or less, and now the time comes that they have to learn to work them. And I hear that at the seminar they had last night, I wasn't there. There was some debate on whether you should always work the ball one way, and it sounds good. I played a golf course yesterday. I had my star junior, who's 16, with me since the 14th, and we played golf every day but one day. And now we're on these Florida courses. And the course that we played yesterday, which is Champions Gate, where Ledbetter, I don't know if he still is, but was, there was no way to play that golf course in the wind without moving the ball both ways. I don't care if it's Lee Trevino or Bruce Litsky. I know they faded it, but they both knew how to hit a hook if they had to. So the first thing that people need to understand is that this idea that you could, let's just say you had the student, and I played with two of them yesterday, who my student and Michael Jacobs' best non-Patty Harrington student. They both are 0-0 guys. So when they hit an iron shot, 6-iron, let's say, on the driving range, they make the swing they want to make. It's 0 pads, 0 face. So let's just say you're talking about those two guys, and you're trying to make them move it from neutral. The book says, and I mean the book, meaning not like the book that it used to be where you have the path and club face, right? But the book says, right, that you would just take somebody who's aiming straight, swinging 0, and let's say you want to hit the fade, and you would go ahead and aim them 10 yards left, have the club face 5 yards left, and then if they swung 10 yards left and the face was 5 yards left, that more or less the ball would fade back toward the target. And then if you wanted them to draw it, let's say you do the same thing, 5 yards, 10 yards right aim, 10 yards right swing, 5 yards right club face, ball starts kind of mostly on the club face, but a little bit toward the path and working back. But the reality is that people who are working the ball, and we're talking about, probably a decent level of player, people who are working the ball, they don't do it that way. In other words, they can't just make the exact same swing. They have to fudge something, because even if they're a straight ball hitter, they're a straight ball hitter leaning one way or the other, right? Because that straight ball is like right in the middle of the teeter tot. So what was interesting when I captured about 8 or 9 different good players, I waited for guys who were mostly zero guys to get there. And then, you know, I got a couple of graphs to show. You don't change that much in the wrist. So if they can't aim like the book says, and they don't change very much at the wrist, but they change some, and we'll talk about it, then what is it that they change, right? What should you change? So the first thing is, let's just say you're more or less a draw player and you can hit the ball straight and you need to fade it. You have to find something to delay this club face closing, right? So the first thing to understand there is that this club face, every little bit that it goes around the clock here, you know, Jacob's 3D, you know, we're going 90, 180, 270, coming back around. So that club face right now with no twist is pointing at the camera. It is damn open. And if I just come all the way around to here, it's pretty square. So the club coming around the clock is your first closing thing, basic. We're going basic. The second is the twisting, right? Which show up directly in the wrist. So if you're trying to delay the closing of the face, you have 2 more or less options. You have a third one we'll talk about in a second, but you basically have 2 options. You either have to delay the club going around the clock, or you have to twist less. That's it. I mean, there's a loft component in there, but that's pretty much it. So when you're doing that and you're looking at somebody's graph, you can't make a one. It's wonderful to have the sensor and have the graphs, but it's not a one-to-one thing, and I'll explain. So you would think, okay, Brian, or Joe, or Sarah standing in front of my student or sibling, or son or daughter. Let's work on this fade. So what we're going to do is we're going to delay the club going around the clock. So the flexion extension graph. So let's just say most flexion extension graphs, I know there are exceptions. I've seen all the patterns, but most flexion extension graphs are maxing out right around here on the downswing, getting as flex as they're going to be, and then they're somewhat taking the flex out down here. So it seems like all you would have to do, if you just want to hit a little bitty fade, is just get the bottom of the green check mark to just be a little bit further along. But that would be, if that was the case, then you could just do the aim left, swing left, club face open, which doesn't work either in the real world. So what you're going to have to watch, if you're just going to move the bottom of the flexion extension graph, the valley, forward, some people who would line the club up like this, make the camera a little lower here. Some people who would line the club up like this, if you get those people to apply a little more force at the back of the shaft to line the club up later, to move their flexion extension graph less extending an impact, some of those people in the process of doing that will get on top of the club face, and now all of a sudden the club face is more square, and it sort of like negates the whole thing that you're trying to do. So I was sort of surprised the one day that I went in my studio and hit a bunch of shots and worked them both ways. I was super surprised that my fade shots extended more. So my check mark went toward extension sooner on my fades. And I'm drawing most of my iron shots stock, not like the 2 kids I was talking about a second ago. One of them extended earlier in the fade, one of them extended later. So just realize that that extension graph is one good place to look when you're trying to alter the wrist for the fade and draw. But remember, nothing happens in a vacuum. You need to make one move, then something else moves. So everybody thinks that if you flex the wrist more, it always hoods the face and closes the face. But if you just shove your hands forward, you flex the wrist more, that face didn't twist. So if you could get your hand further forward without twisting it closed, it would have the face more open, but not everybody does it that way. So you have to look on a case by case basis. Second thing, when it comes to around the clock, is the rotation graph. Okay, so in my experience, I like mid-body hands. So I like people to set up with their hands sort of in the middle of their body, and then they'll have an impact look, right? Address, impact. Well, part of what I see when I'm giving a lesson, and this is across handicaps here, is about 17 degrees more open. So I've got an Apple Watch Ultra on right here. That point, the normal to the club face here of this Apple Watch, or let's say if I took my little lip balm here, is 17 degrees more to the right at impact than at address. When they're hitting it the way I want them to hit it, that's just an average. You would think, okay, I want to fade it. We're still on the fades. I want to fade it. Have that more open. Remember this, right? That fade that you're hitting, I've already told you, not everybody can just aim left, and turn the club face in their hands and hit a fade. So there's good players. That fade all of a sudden, if you're looking at TrackMan numbers, you got TrackMan set up the target. You perfect would probably be for the shot I'm talking about, would probably be like 4 left path and 2 left face. Well, if the face is 2 left, when you hit a fade, and the face is 2 right when you hit a draw, how in the heck is this sensor, the rotation sensor, pointing more to the right when you fade it? It's not gonna be. That's something else I learned. It makes perfect sense as soon as you look at the graphs, but you go, wait a minute, yeah, I'm fading the ball. Shouldn't I? No, because all of a sudden now, if I'm hitting this fade, I guess I can put myself on speaker view so I'm bigger when I'm posing, right?
Say that again?
I guess I can put myself on speaker view so when I talk, I'm like, you're big in the screen right now, all the time.
Yeah, once you're talking, then you're on the big screen.
No, mine's not working that way. No, I'm talking about on my end, but I can see it fine. Okay, so here's my Apple Watch. I'm trying to get something big enough for y'all to see. Here's my Apple Watch with my iPhone. It's pointing this way at impact on my draw shot. And if I faded it, I'm over here, it's pointing further left. So this necessarily, now you could hit some wild push fade. You could have somebody hit their normal shot, 3 degrees inside out, 1.5 degrees open, perfect little draw, 17 degrees open rotation graph, right? Purple on and HackMotion. And then have them have it 25 degrees open, and the face is probably going to be 5 degrees open. But that's just standing there and just push fading the heck out of the ball. Maybe a lot of good reason to do that, but we're talking about playing a fade. So here's some of the things that I saw. Let me see if I can share my screen here. Let's see.
Yeah, you should be able on the bottom. It's a green share screen sign.
Yep, and let's see. Allow Zoom to share your screen.
Yep.
Don't know why it wouldn't just share, because I do this all the time. Let me make this smaller. It says it wants me to go to system preferences and let zoom. So is that an accessibility screen recording? Where's that at when you have to let zoom, allow zoom to share the screen? Let's see. System preference, security, and okay. I don't know why it's doing that, but I'm gonna fix it right now. So system preferences, security. I don't know why I don't see security. Nothing worse than dead air.
No,
I'm
it's
not
all good. Don't worry about it.
I'm not gonna bother with it. So I can just pull them up. I can just pull them up here and talk through them just like I was doing. So I've got them all there in Photoshop ready to share, but they don't want to come up. Okay, here we go. So inspect. Okay, there we go. Here's a couple things I did see that worked across the board. Okay, recocking. So you're looking at your blue graph. Okay, you're on the radio. Almost everybody recocks sooner, and I'll demonstrate in a second. Recocks sooner on a draw than they do on a fade. So the look of that would be, if I'm drawing it, got this look, you can see how much more recock that is. And if I'm fading it around this chair here, you can see that I'm not recocking it as much. That pretty much worked for everybody I did it with. So everybody I did it with was pretty much 8 handicapper and lower, straight ball hitters, mostly plus handicappers, and that was across the board. So that's an interesting little tidbit that I didn't. Again, just like the rotation graph, seems like it's going to be one thing, but mostly something else. The other thing on fades, what I call down cock, right? Going more radial on a downswing, adding. I'm not a big fan of that. Like, I like flat top looking graph when it comes to on the radial. I want you to add wrist cock on the backswing by about here, ride that amount out all the way to the top, come out with that amount of wrist cock, and then gradually take it out right after the flexion extension, do a check mark there. But in general, the good player faders start twisting the shaft and they might get a little bit more flexion extension, but they definitely get more rating. They get more wrist cock right before the fades than they do right before the draws. And like I said, it was about 60-40 extension sooner on fades to try to get, I guess, under the club face. You get on top of that club face, and it should push the top of the shaft further forward, make the ball go further right, but it had the opposite effect with a lot of golfers. So I'll go into drawing here in a second, but I think this would be a good time if there's some questions on fades in general, because they were a lot more interesting than the draws.
And what was, yeah, obviously, one question I would have is, what are some drills, maybe how players can work on developing something like that? What would come to mind to work on?
The easiest drill in the world to learn to make a fade swing without any, like mechanical nothing, right? is I'll try to describe it best I can here with all of this here. If you had a downhill line, downhill, and then you also had the ball below your feet. So here's perfectly level. Let's just say you put a couple of percent slope in there, not ridiculous. And then also tilted this way. So tilted downhill and tilted sidehill. The first thing you're gonna have to do, or you're gonna hit about this far behind the ball. We're talking about somebody who can already hit a golf ball off of a good line. They're gonna run into the ground trying to put up a left path, which they're gonna need to do to get to the ball off of this line. So once you might have to then tell them what to do, but you have a little kid who's not really much of a player yet, but just, got a little talent, or even, the average, club golfer that's pretty decent, you put them on a line like that, even if they're really bad at it because let's say they're way inside outers are terrible at that shot, they'll figure out something. And if you have the wrist graph on, you'll have a lot better chance to figure out what they have to do to hit a little bitty fade, because that action, that on top of it, all of a sudden this isn't going to work off of that. You're going to have to probably take the club out a little bit more and then keep your left shoulder down and ride that thing down, really down the slope. And then, of course, it's going to go over there if you don't find some kind of way to get under the club face and have the club face open. That would be my go-to easiest way to get somebody to fade it. The other thing to do is, and I do this with lots of golfers, is intermediate targets work unbelievably well for moving the ball. And I see people all the time, and I've even told people to do this when you're working on start line. We're not talking about start line, we're talking about finish line right now. Because I can tell you, I probably hit, 10,000 really good fades when I wasn't fading the ball in my life to a target on the golf course. Just a random guess number. The amount that they faded versus the amount I was trying to make them fade, that I'm not that good. Okay. And most of the people that you're going to have to impart any of this to aren't either. And that includes tour players. Drawing tour players who now have to hit a fade to a target might be able to pull the fade off. But if you think they can say, I'm going to start it at the red tree and move it to the green tree, and then it's going to land 10 feet, they're not that good, or they would hit fades more often. So if you put the alignment stick or intermediate target out there, like right down range, 5-10 yards down range, no good. It tends to work. The ball's whistling by it, but it's still out there a ways. So let's just say somebody's hitting a 6-iron and they're hitting it 160 yards. That's not very far anymore, but decent. 80 yards, 60 yards down range. You have an intermediate target and just say, okay, I don't want to tell you how to do this. I want you to fade it around this darn thing right here. It's got to start left of that and fade. Then the third non-mechanical, I'll get into mechanical real quick, but the third non-mechanical one would be hitting drivers off the deck. And it's really hard these days because things get bigger and bigger and bigger, and the lies are getting, I think that's something that nobody's really talking about when it's talking about golf and regular golfers. But I'm going to tell you, I just played 11 rounds of golf on 11 different golf courses in 12 days. And I know it's the South, but the lies, the grass is like this. If you think that regular people can take a wedge out, pitch the ball on green, let me tell you, that's why people got the chipping yips. Because it's not like it was when everybody was cutting grass, a quarter inch high. So go move them to like maybe what would be called the first cut now, but definitely not the rough. Just a nice level lie, and let them tee the ball up and hit a driver off the deck, again, around that intermediate target. You don't have to say faded around the intermediate target. just have the intermediate target out there, probably not on the line they're swinging on, and tell them, okay, Jill or Joe, start this, get this driver in the air from me, hit it anywhere down that driver range. Just got to start right of that, left of that little flag that's on the right. So those three things right there will pretty much do. The go-to mechanical things would be, and I'll tell you what would be last, grip. I don't like doing it. Not big on it. It's more disruptive than anything. If you probably had to hit a big one, maybe. But let's just say you're just trying, we're talking fades and draws. There's little fades and little draws. I would go club in this order. We go from the ball here. I would go club more out, wrist twisted more cupped at the top, more extended at the top, hands staying up by keeping the I'm holding the club here with one finger, holding that club up, change the direction. So now that you have a chance to swing down the hill, even though there's no hill there now, we're on a level line. Less turn going back, more arm lift, more slide going back, less turn. And then now you're doing all the things with the wrist that we talked about. Now you're coming down to get to the ball, more unwind, less slide, more left shoulder away from the ball, less left shoulder up, and then through the ball, obviously more Spider-Man left hand with the club face coming back at the camera right here and not twisted to the shaft or heaven forbid twisted left of the shaft. We used to, I wouldn't recommend this drill to anybody unless you were trying to screw them up, but you never know. Every drill helps somebody. But my teacher, Ben Doyle, gave us a drill where we would do a full, flexion, swivel, right? Full rotation, inflection, and fade a driver. And I remember I did it at a golf school, and the other teacher, this was not like everybody wasn't on the same team at this golf school, by the way. And the other younger teacher, there was an older guy and a younger guy. He thought I was doing some kind of trick, so he did it. He spun the club in his hand in the middle of the swing. But you can literally go face toward the target, shaft overspun, and fade it. You'll have to get your hands way forward and get super tilted. But that would be like a last case scenario. That would pretty much wrap the fades.
Yeah. One question we have from the audience is, can you say one more time what club path numbers you would aim for a fade shot?
If you want the ball, in general in TrackMan, if you want the ball to go land in the hole, like on the target line, this isn't exact, but a good rule of thumb is just half the club face. So if you're swinging 4 left, have the face 2 left. Okay, now, if you're swinging 5 right, have the face 2.5 right. That's half of the path. That'll generally get the ball to land kind of on the target line. Now, tour players and tournament players, they freak out about like the ball ever crossing the tournament line. So then the target line. So then if you're more like 4 and 2.8, and or let's say going the other way, 5 and 3.5. Just closer to the face number, a little closer to the path number. So now that the ball curves and lands and then starts dribbling toward the target line and maybe not crossing.
Yeah, no, that's good to hear. Yeah, but I think we can switch to the draw and see kind of what your findings were with respect to that shot.
Okay, so I prefer, and I'm not saying everybody does it, but I've looked at a bunch of HackMotion graphs, and I really don't see anybody doing this the whole darn time with flexion extension on the backswing, right? There's a little wave, okay? And what I like to see is in general, we're assuming, basic grip. The club comes around halfway back, the flexion extension graph is going to get to, this is a basic shot. I'm not trying to fade or draw it, just trying to say what you change. It flattens out or somewhat flexes, And then it comes out of that as it goes to the top and it starts extending. And generally, it'll extend, you know, some amount, like, you know, I don't know, somewhere between 15 and 30 degrees. Okay. And those swings look the best to me, historically. Positions that you could put up against, you know, Sam Snead or something. Almost everybody hitting the draw blew their wave up. In other words, their wave just dramatically got bigger. So let's just say, I'm looking at this one right here. This is the fade. See, take off all the radial and the bottom on the backswing, it got to flexed, you know, -2, and the top was 35. This is on the fade. On the draw, it got to -16, and at the top, +59. But if you just click through everybody, like I threw everybody's swings out of all the 8 people, if you just click through them, the odd numbers, I did this so I could remember, the odd number swings were fades, and the you know, shot 2 is a draw, shot 4 is a draw. If you just have the flex extension graph and you go from fade to draw, everybody across the board, it just looked like it ate too much, right? It went down further and up further. So there's definitely something going on there. Maybe it's more turn, you're turning more, so the club goes around more, the wrist extends more. Maybe on the backswing, because you're thinking I'm going to close the club face, you flex it more halfway back. Be it as it may, you know, 8 golfers is not a lot. I'm saying if you get 8 for 8 in anything, it's pretty good. That's the first thing I found. Pretty much across the board. When I look at the flex and extension graphs, the on the radio graphs, in general, the draw swings flattened out, did the opposite to the on the radials. So where the fade swings added some wrist cock in transition, the draw swings, obviously you could say, well, I know I'm going to try to close the club face, maybe I'll release it a little bit sooner. So they dramatically flat topped the comparative golfer to golfer. If they had a little curvity-do in their flexion extension graph, on the radio graph, it got flat in the draws. And you know, I teach draws. You have to teach draws to make a living teaching golf. You do, because 90% of people are slicers. So I think it's interesting that it's probably easier, right? It's probably easier to draw the ball because when you look at draw wrist graphs, they look simpler than fade wrist graphs. Now we're talking people who hit the ball straight. So maybe if you looked at the draw wrist graphs of faders or the fade wrist graphs of drawers, you'd see something different. But now the rotation graphs are very, very interesting across the board. As I said before, in general, unless you were a really left aimer for your fades, you had your basically your watch sensor, right, in HackMotion pointing further left, because you need the face to the target further left to hit a fade that goes to the target. The draw swings, everybody had the fade, the rotation sensor further right to hit a draw. Everybody. Not some people maybe a degree or 2 more, some people like 10 degrees. So before I go into like how to do it, this is very important. There's this theory out there that you can block practice is bad, which means standing up there and hitting 2,500 6-irons in a row is a bad idea. Well, I guess if I hit 2,500 6-irons in a row, they'd have to call the crash truck. So it would be a bad idea for me, because I would want wound up in the hospital. But having been on tour ranges since I was little, it seems like there's a lot of block practice on tour. And I've played all these courses on this trip where they're sort of scary golf courses if you don't know them. Some of them I'm playing for the first time, or one, the hardest course I played 17 years ago. So I'm working the ball more on this trip than I normally do. Like when I normally play, hit my driver pretty straight, I draw my irons, and I try to have a good putting day. You do too much fading and drawing, you start losing your golf swing. So you watch everybody's HackMotion graphs when you're teaching them fading and drawing, and make sure when they go, try to give them some swings where they go back to normal before you get them too messed up hitting off the side hill lines and downhill lines, all that kind of stuff. So okay, there's some draw things that I like to see in general across the board. Okay, I like seeing draw swings slightly more closed body. I have no problem with closing stances a little bit. I see some teachers do. I think the shoulders in a fade are going to turn more vertical, and in the draw, they're going to turn more horizontal. Having said that, the stack and tilt people pretty much teach everybody to hit a draw. They have very vertical shoulders. It's not saying, just saying when I'm talking about you're taking somebody who hits one shot, make them try to hit another shot. You were stack and tilting. You were going like this in the backswing. Better do a better version in case I run in there. Hurt. If I wanted to hit it further right from there without aiming further right, the only thing I can do is flatten my shoulder turn a fraction. Or you can take your arms in more, but so in order, here's what I like to see. I like to see the club get more than on the hands, more inside than on the hands at first parallel. The face, some people will draw it better if they don't, more draw than normal, right? Okay. If they open the face more, some won't need a little bit until then. 100% keep the elbows higher so you get the club more across the line. No doubt about that. Feel like the arms are separating from the chest more, sliding and holding your turn while you're separating from the chest. Maybe even adding a little hip turn, a la McElroy and Jack Nicklaus in transition, and then being a lot more square-bodied at impact and more arms across the chest through the ball. Then I've had to do this a bunch lately. I'll try to show you because I think I'm going to do some social media videos on this. This is a chair, but I like to use something like an alignment stick with a pool noodle on it. People who can't hit draws, you're trying to get them to hit a draw because they have to on a certain hole, they would run into this thing all day long. This is where I'm going. You have to teach people to go around this, to draw the ball with not natural draw. So you can see how that observation of mine where the on the radio went more radial is part of that, but part of that's blending the rotation of the arm swing, and not using too much body down by the ball to hit your draw. And I can say wholeheartedly that I've really enjoyed the research on this one because I learned a bunch of stuff. I say most of what I've just said here for the last 40 something minutes. I promise you, I didn't know it. I thought I knew everything. I don't know everything.
That's good. So how would you say, like, how should an amateur player kind of think about these kind of shots? Like, where do you think they rank in terms of developing them for their own golf game?
I think the biggest benefit for a regular golfer to go take a golf lesson or maybe just have the HackMotion and watch this video one day and practice. I watched that Manzella guy. His hands move all over the place. I'm going to hit some fades. I'm going to hit some draws, right? I think the number one benefit to you regular golfers and you golf teachers, pros out there that would go do some of this stuff is that the feel of the fade or the feel of the draw and maybe the one or two things that you really have to think about besides feel to hit your draw or your fade. You're going to get on a golf trip one day like me. You're going to need to hit the opposite shot. Like your shot will just disappear sometimes. And I don't know. I always fade my driver. Now it's hooking. Okay. Now I remember. I watched Manzella on that video, and this is what I need to do to play that draw. So it's not. I used to listen to the great players, the Trevinos and the Nicklases, and they would say, yeah, we would go warm up, and if we were hitting the ball was going more right to left that day, we just go ahead and play it. I'm going, I've never done that one day in my life. Tell you what, I did it on this trip. So if you practice it, you'll have it as some sort of a spice that you can put in your gumbo, right before you eat it or right before you serve it, and everybody will say, boy, it's the best gumbo out there.
Yeah, I think it kind of boils down to the practice and kind of rehearsal a bit, just kind of getting in tune with your swing, really, right? So you can simply kind of, as you said, when you need the shot, you can actually kind of have already a feel for what you would need to do.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, Brian, I appreciate you joining our webinar. It was great to have you. Enjoy Orlando, and then we'll speak soon. And thank you for joining. Thanks
so much, folks. I'm gonna go. Got to bring my little student to the airport, and I'm gonna enjoy the show. So if any of y'all were watching this while you were eating lunch and you didn't get indigestion, I'll explain more to you when I see you in person. Be good.
All right. Thanks, Brian. Have a good day. All right. That was Brian Manzella talking a bit more how we can all develop a fade and a draw, and what are the things that we need to think about in the process. So that wraps up our guest speakers for the webinar. So what we'll do additionally to that, my team member Reinholz is going to share a presentation around the key technical learnings that we have had working with a lot of the top level coaches over the last couple of years. So I will give the floor to Reinholz, and hope you enjoy the presentations.
Hey everyone, great to see all of you here. Hope you had a great webinar so far and you've enjoyed the speakers. So what I'll do today is I'll do something a bit different. I'll be sharing lessons that we've learned from the data. I'll share my screen 1 second. So the goal of today's webinar, this presentation, is to basically give you an overview on what we have learned from HackMotion's data over the years. And most of the things that we've learned is actually from data gathered by coaches that have been top coaches in the world that have been using HackMotion with their players. So there will be 5 main topics covering both short game, putting, full swing, and different areas of the game. So let's go ahead. And number one thing that I would like to highlight is that we've learned about different tour player release patterns. And this is a very interesting topic that was covered by Scott Cox a few years ago in the PGA show. In 2019, he was Canadian Teacher of the Year, and he's coaching from junior to PGA Tour winners. And the presentation was about 3 common tour releases. And let's get straight ahead. The first is the wrist option A. So that's the most popular pattern. And it's characterized by stable extension movement towards flexion with some supination. And Tommy Fleetwood is a great example of this pattern. So we sometimes call it also the Tommy Fleetwood pattern. And once you watch his swing, you can really see how stable his flexion extension is throughout the swing. He doesn't have a lot of changes in those wrist angles. And actually using HackMotion data, using the graph view, you can really see precisely how smooth his wrist motion is. And the green line just shows the motion, how flat it stays from address to the top. And then there's gradual flexion movement from top to impact. So that's how it looks using HackMotion data. And this swing is characterized, sometimes it's called just turn down release or knuckles down. And it's used by a lot of great players like Tommy Fleetwood, Tiger Woods, Rory McIlroy. So there's one thing that is common to them, and that's the release pattern that they use. At impact, the speed of the club head is released more with wrist rotation, which is also known as supination, rather than wrist extension. And the wrist stays in flexion a little longer. And these players usually are great wedge players, pitchers, and chippers because they learn to control the loft of the club with the amount of flexion that they have. And this is contrasted with the second type of pattern, that wrist option B, which is the flexion to extension pattern, also called the DJ pattern sometimes, and sometimes called also cobra pattern. And it's called cobra pattern because the trail wrist is very bent, like a cobra curled up there. And this is very different. You can see that while the stable flexion extension pattern was going flat, basically from address to the top, this pattern is doing the complete opposite, 100 degrees opposite. It's going down into flexion at the top, and then from top to impact, it's again moving from flexion to extension. So it's a completely opposite, and it's almost 100-degree opposite of stable extension pattern. The players who use it are, for instance, Dustin Johnson, Colin Morikawa, Viktor Hovland, Brooks Koepka. So all of them have this bowed wrist at the top, and then they maintain that flexion throughout the swing. They push their lead wrist into flexion in the backswing, maintain it in the downswing, and then release the flexion at impact. Movements towards extension with very little supination. So that's contrasted with a more rotational, stable extension release of the pattern A. And they tend to play long shots very well. They're great drivers of ball, but they tend to hit very uniform stock shots. And these players can struggle sometimes with pitching chipping as they de-lob the club during backswing, and they need to get it back at impact by scooping. It has a potential low point issue. And some coaches have been arguing that maybe Viktor Hovland struggles with his short game shots exactly because of his long game pattern, which gives him an advantage in the long game, might be a disadvantage in the short game. If you want to learn more about these patterns, be sure to follow Scott Cowks. He's very popular on Instagram at Scott Cowks Certified. He has a whole course or certification that you can take, and you can learn about these patterns. But if you just want to get a first glimpse, then check out our homepage, 2 posts. All of this information will be available later after this presentation. 3 common tour releases and tour methods of delivery. You can Google that and find it at hackmotion.com. Number 2 is the finding how exactly wrist extension is consistency killer. And here, important to understand how actually wrist extension and flexion is linked to the club face. And basically, it determines the club face direction. You can see this is a nice visual. The more extension you have, or also known cupping, the more open the face is, the ball is going to go more right. The more flexion you have, the more closed the face is, it's going to go left of the target. So this is very important to understand for players to learn club face control and awareness of the club face. And most amateurs don't have this awareness, and they have very unstable extension amount. On the left, you can see a typical amateur pattern for a slicer. So you go to the top and pull down with the hands, open the club face, and very, very difficult to control it. It's going to be an out-to-in path with open club face and a slice. And that's in contrast to a typical pro pattern on the right, the stable extension. That's the wrist option A, where Tommy Fleetwood has very little changes in his flexion extension. It's very stable. He's controlling the club face. It's squaring up nicely, and he's going to have very high consistency. So those are two opposites. And you can see a player who has worked a bit with HackMotion, and here's the data. You can see the red line is before he's made any changes. The wrist is very extended at the top, and the player is adding even more extension. The red line is going even more up from top to impact, and then it's only decreasing late, and it's still very extended. So it's a very flippy swing with a lot of extension. And the green line is contrast after you've worked a bit. The wrist is less extended at the top, and there's decreasing extension in transition. So yes, there's a bit more extension at the top, but it's much, much closer to what it was at address. So these are this is how HackMotion data would look for a changed wrist motion pattern. And the good news is that this pro pattern, we've been measuring it, and we have actually implemented it also inside the app. So you can learn this pro pattern, and that is the wrist option A. So we found what are those ranges that on average players with this pattern have. And we have placed it inside the app as in our club face control mode. There are those suggested ranges. And you see after every swing whether you got in the range or outside the range. And if you're outside the range, it shows, for instance, here at the top, 15 degrees outside the range, it also impact plus 10 degrees. So after every swing, you can either get inside or outside the range, and you can learn that pattern that the tour players are using. So that's a very good way to learn. And you, after each session, also get a summary, how many you got in the range, how much you got outside the range, and you can track your progress. So this is something we learned what tour players do, and we've implemented it in the app as well. Okay, so next up is the lesson number 3, which is that pros have increasing trail wrist extension in transition. So this is something that the trail wrist measurement is something that's available in the pro version of the app. And it's very interesting that a lot of coaches have been measuring it also for pro players. And one thing they found, and this is actually findings that were published by Christoph Bausek. He's a European tour coach. He was presenting yesterday, a very good presentation as well. And a few years ago, he presented his findings on the trail wrist and trail arm in the golf swing. And he found out that measuring his tour players is that they tend to actually increase the amount of trail wrist extension in transition. So you see that the green line is going up. That means that they're extending even more their trail wrist in transition. And this is actually very, again, different from the typical amateur pattern, which we can see here. So at the top amateur, at the bottom is the pro. An amateur, even though starts in some extension, at the top, there's no increase in extension. And there's actually very early release of that extension. The green line goes very rapidly downwards. And actually at impact, you can see that it's flexed. So it's like this scooping motion. So that's a typical amateur fault. And in the bottom, again, you see the pro. Yes, he actually started with less extension at address, but at the top increased it in transition and then maintained it at impact. He still was extended. So has more shaft lean and much more control over the club face. So Christoph also recommended an excellent drill called the trail hand open drill. He described it in the webinar that you can watch it also on our homepage. Just so you avoid the right hand being too dominant controlling the club, you put it open and you make swings. But take a look at the drill in more detail on our homepage. Here's the link, and you can Google that and find it as well. So next up is number 4, the lesson about wedge game and 2 types of wedge shots you must master. again, an excellent presentation by two coaches this time. It was Mark Blackburn, which was that year, I think 2020 PGA Teacher and Coach of the Year. And he's coached a lot of tour players as well. And then he was accompanied with Lane Savoy, who's a co-founder of Wedgecraft and also an expert coach, coaching a lot of tour players. And what they found is that there is, you have to master so-called two-sided spin mountain. And those two sides of the spin mountain can be called, there's a green zone and red zone, and they're very different. So the spin mountain here would be characterized, I'll put it on the full screen. On the horizontal axis, you have the loft, so it's increasing loft. And then the green zone is the low launch, so it's lower loft at impact. And on the right, it's higher loft, higher launch. That's the red zone. And up is the spin rate. So you can see that there's a low launch has a higher spin rate, while the red area has actually high launch, low spin. So those are two opposite shots. They have different trajectories and different amounts of spin, and the good player has to master both of them. So based on that, the tour players that they've been measuring, they found out how it looks in HackMotion data, and all this data is also available in the app, so you can learn from it in the pro version. For the low launch, high spin shot, usually longer, these low distance wedges, you have to aim for gradual movement towards flexion in transition. So lead wrist is flexing in transition, leading up to impact. You can see how that green line is going downwards up to impact and slowly increasing afterwards. So that creates that low launch. And this is contrasted with the other type of shot, which creates high launch. So the green line is going up. And what happens actually, the wrist is extending through impact, which creates a lot of loft and lower spin rates. So it's called slippage in the spin mountain terms. And that's very different from the low launch, high spin shot. So both of these shots need to be learned and applied in different situations. And in this case, for the high launch before impact, you increase the wrist extension rapidly. So as Mark Blackburn said, it's essential, non-negotiable to have control over the wrist to be a high performer. And using HackMotion sensor and the data, you can actually learn these things. So do check out the presentation called The Dynamics of Wedge Play, also published on our homepage, and learn about those two shots. Lastly, it's putting. And what we've been measuring is a lot of tour player and also simple amateur putting strokes. And we found they're functional and non-functional putting stroke patterns. And this was a few years ago presented by David Orr, who's also a tour putting coach, worked with a lot of great players, for instance, Justin Rose. And he also works at the Flat Stick Academy as an expert putting coach. So he has a stroke pattern that he calls the disaster stroke. It's the carry and throw pattern. So the player has the intent to keep the putter face square. So what he does is he carries it during the backswing and then throws it in the downswing. The trail wrist is moving into flexion. So this trail wrist is doing this, it's flexing, and it's adding the loft to the putter face. And you can see it clearly. Here's the video, and you can also see the data, how it looks. The flexion of the trail wrist in this case is increasing, it's going downwards. And that's a very, very bad pattern to have. And it's non-functional. And this is the opposite, where you would try to make it more functional, you do the opposite. And here the intent would be for the player to keep the putter low, and the trail wrist would not be moving into flexion, but opposite in extension. And it will be brush and hold type of pattern. And the movement in the graph is actually opposite. Instead of moving down, it's moving up, it's extending the trail wrist. So let's contrast these two patterns side by side. On the left is the before, trail hand throw, excessive body motion, swaying. And on the right, afterwards, reduced trail hand throw, separation with slight brush feel. And as David said, he achieved this approximately the change of pattern in 1 hour, and he's measured it with HackMotion as well. So it's an excellent example of how you can learn to make from a disaster stroke, which is very hard to control, into a functional putting stroke pattern. So you can learn also about putting from the coaches that have been using HackMotion sensor and gathering data. So here are two presentations by David. One was on the lead wrist, one was on the trail wrist. And on the lead wrist, he's also been gathering data from Brad Faxon, who's probably top 10 putter of all time. And you can check the data also on our site as well. So this is very, very good material to understand better your putting stroke, and you can learn HackMotion to improve it as well. So that wraps it up. There are 5 lessons that we've learned with HackMotion data. We'll learn many more, but these are top 5. First, the different tour player release patterns. You can understand yours and work on it. You can learn to control the extension. Number 2, which is the consistency killer, because if you don't have control over extension, it's very hard to control your club face. The pros have actually increasing trail wrist extension and transition. We can measure that with HackMotion as well. Then next, number 4, 2 type of wedge shots you must master. So 2 sides of the spin mountain, and learn to hit both of them and apply when needed. And then last, it's for putting as well, functional versus non-functional putting stroke patterns. Measure your stroke and understand if you have some maybe issues, and even pro players have them. Okay, that wraps it up. I'll take a look at some of the questions that have come up in the Q&A section. So there's a question. Any suggestions how I can make measurements for both wrists and sync them both up, or have to do it separately? So currently with the Pro app, you can measure them separately. You cannot measure them at the same time and sync them up. But what coaches do is they just, for instance, they have 2 sensors and they measure both hands at the same time. You need 2 iPads or, for instance, iPhones, and then you just put them side by side. If you don't want to have 2 sensors, you can just measure one hand, one swing, the other hand on the other swing, and then if those swings are similar, then just place it side by side. But those swings should look the same, or to be closely similar, so you can analyze them in parallel. And then there's a question how to use audio feedback the most effectively while working on my swing. So we recommend to use audio feedback for slow rehearsals. So it's really about this thing that feel ain't real. So you think that you're doing something, like you think that you are, for instance, not extended but flat at the top. So you put the range that you want in biofeedback, and then you'll actually see and get the sound signal when you are in the correct range. And coaches like Hugh Marr today were saying that it's kind of magical that they don't have to even sometimes tell the player, they just put, and the player has to find himself what's the correct position. And it feels very, very good for the player that they can learn themselves. And often is this aha moment that you feel that you're doing something. You feel like, I'm definitely not extended at the top. And then you're like, oh, okay, the data definitely shows that I'm like plus 30 and I need to lose that extension. So that's a really nice way to use biofeedback, just slowly trying a feel for the position, set the ranges that you want to get in. You can use the ranges that we have recommended in our app that are based on this club face control pattern option A, stable flexion extension, and learn to use it. So that's a good way to use biofeedback. Okay, I'll take a look if there are any other questions. So what is the cost to upgrade from the player app to the pro app? So currently, actually, we are running a special PGA Show discount. So the price of the upgrade is $450, and normally it will be $590. So you're getting a $140 discount if you choose to upgrade your player to pro. So that's a good deal this week only. A lot of coaches here are using the Pro app, and they're measuring the trail wrist, they're measuring radial ulnar deviation, rotation, all these additional data points. So if you are interested in that, then be sure to check out the Pro version. Okay, one more. So it's a longer question. It's about, do you have time to talk about HackMotion rotation and speed data for wedges? Everyone is different, but what data will be preferable? Students with trail hand speed 900 to 1200, lead 1500 to 2000. Can this data be correct? So one thing about rotation speed is that it will depend on the swing speed of the player. So the faster the swing speed, the higher the rotation speed as well, because you're just rotating it quicker in a shorter time, and also length of the club. So your driver, for instance, will have higher rotation speed than wedges. And then also different types of players will have different amounts of rotation. So for instance, you measure DJ's swing, he has even like he's hitting it a long way, it's only 900 degrees per second, the rotation, because his pattern is this very little rotation, and the release will happen mostly from flexion extension, right? While players like Bryson would have a lot of rotation in their swings. So it really, I have to say, it depends. I can't give you numbers for a player that you should aim for, but so wedges will have less than long clubs. And if you have a swing pattern similar to DJ, then you'll have also lower rotation numbers. In general, more maybe important to focus than just to focus on rotation numbers is whether the player was under-rotated or over-rotated at impact. So that's where the rotation line crosses at impact location. So again, is the player under-rotated like DJ? And that pattern fits nicely that he's releasing from flexion to extension, while maybe patterns which are more released through supination, they'll have the wrist actually more rotated at impact than it was at address. So that's actually what I would suggest for you to do. And if you wanna, if you typically your wedge player is also if the player has a typical pattern, then for wedges maybe also look that he's more rotated at impact than he was at address. That would be probably a good idea. Otherwise, if he's under rotated and he has this flexion like a lot of extension, then he might just add a lot of loft and not control the flight of the ball that well. Okay, then there's question if we have tutorials on this metric. We have some tutorials, but this is a relatively newer metric that we've added. We haven't created as much materials for it, so definitely plan to do that more in the future. But on our homepage, you can read the descriptions about this metric. Okay, I think that's it. No more questions. So I'll take a look at what we have next. We have actually the next presenter, Marcus, who will tell you details, for instance, about how to use biofeedback and different features of the app, and also differences between pro and player sensor. So I'll give the floor to Marcus, and he'll be presenting in a second. Thanks a lot, guys, and hope you enjoy this webinar.
Hi, and thanks for joining. The next 20 minutes or so, I'll try to give you a very brief tour on why we develop HackMotion. What does it do? And how can it help you in your practice sessions to improve your swing? And the core philosophy behind HackMotion is that we believe if you can measure something and understand how that measurement impacts your results, then you can improve. And that's exactly what we did with the HackMotion. We enable you to measure your wrist motion throughout the entire swing and offer you actionable feedback on how to improve, creating this sort of feedback loop of swinging, getting feedback, adjusting, and swinging again. And we measure your wrist motion down to a single degree of movement that cannot be seen on a video with the naked eye. With the HackMotion, you can work on your ball flight direction, distance, and consistency. Now, the way that we measure your wrist movement is through this lightweight sensor you put on your wrist. It measures your flexion extension, or bowing and cupping, your radial ulnar deviation, or cocking uncocking, your rotation, as well as the tempo of your swing. We're able to do that because we have two different sensors mounted inside a device. One sensor is located in your palm and the other on your wrist. And it can capture full swings, pitches, as well as any sort of putts. Now, I'll also briefly mention that we have two different HackMotion types, the HackMotion Pro, the HackMotion Player. I will explain the differences between them at the end of the demo, but right now, just remember we have two different types, which I'll be referencing throughout this talk. So let's look at a practical example of how can we use the HackMotion in our practice sessions. We go to the HackMotion app and select the practice option. You can see that we have 4 available practice modes to choose from, 2 for full swing and 2 for putting. So let's start with the club face control mode for full swing, as that is a more beginner-friendly option to choose from and is available for both the player and the pro versions of the HackMotion. Now, the goal of club face control is very simple. It aims to teach you on how to achieve square club face and shaft lean at impact. And what I mean by that is best demonstrated with an example. Now, all good players have their shaft leaning forwards and a square club face at impact. The way they do that is by flexing their wrists more than they were at their adverse position. Here we can see how the club face is closed up and the player is in a great ball striking position. Now, the opposite example of this would be a too extended position, where the player has a lot of extension and impact with their club face really open, with a backward shaft lean looking like they are about to scoop the ball. And ultimately, the whole purpose of club face control is to help you achieve the correct position at impact. If you're too extended, you're most likely making a slice. Too flexed, and that's a common recipe for a hook. So let's start a practice session and see how HackMotion helps you achieve this. But first, I have to select my playing side. Since I'm right-handed, I'm going to be wearing it on my left hand, which is my lead wrist. If I'd be left-handed, it would be my other wrist, but I don't really have to worry about this since the HackMotion gives me a very nice illustration on which wrist it should be worn. So with that in mind, I'm all set. I can click Start, and immediately you can see the feedback I was talking to you about before. It's instantaneous. If I flex my wrist, it goes into flexion. If I extend it, it goes into extension. I can wave at you and the avatar waves back. No matter what I do, the application captures my movement in real time, which is pretty awesome. Now, all of this is cool, but there's not much we can do here without taking a real swing. So let me get back to you and we can see how a real swing would look like. So I've just taken my swing and I happen to slice the ball quite badly. And the first thing you'll notice is that you get instant feedback on your address, top, and impact positions. And for the top and impact positions, we have these green ranges that the player should be aiming for. These ranges are the optimal wrist positions that the HackMotion suggests to the player. To discover those ranges, we analyzed tour player swing data, and together with the leading coaches in the industry, came up with a swing pattern that 90% of the players should use. And we guide you on how to control your wrists based on the swing pattern. So coming back to the results, let's analyze them one by one. So I started the swing with plus 31 degrees of extension at my address or setup position. Then, during the backswing, my top position was plus 54 degrees extended, which is plus 18 degrees too much than my optimal wrist position. Because of that, I had a lot more work to be done during the downswing to flex my wrists enough, and I didn't do it. At impact, I was plus 22 degrees too extended than I should have been, which also was most likely the result of my slice. Now, because of this, we finally know what we're doing wrong and we can start to address these issues. Now, where do we start? Is it the top or impact position? Well, luckily, the HackMotion is already guiding us. It knows that we should start with the top position, because if we start with top position, it'll be a lot easier for us to get into the impact position. And it's telling us that through this red line that's being highlighted right now. So ultimately, what we have to do next is see what HackMotion has to offer if we click on the top position. So here we get to see an overview of what exactly went wrong and how can we fix this. We have an illustration illustrating what our wrists look like and what they should have looked like, as well as a short pro tip that will guide you in the right direction how to start to address this issue. We go further down, we have some drills recommended, as well as an overview of what our position looked like in this practice session. And here I've only taken 6 swings, and only one of those 6 swings were in range. All the rest were too extended. Now, if you pay attention to the bottom of the screen, we can see that we are presented with 2 coaching tools to choose from. We can choose between the audio feedback and the guided drill practice. If we select audio feedback, the app will play sound to us whenever we get in the correct wrist position, which is insanely useful when we're doing drills. Feel ain't real. Most of us have a hard time telling whether or not we're doing the drill movements correctly. With the audio feedback, we don't need someone standing next to us telling us whether or not we're doing them correctly. The HackMotion will simply play a sound to tell you when you got in the right position. So let's select audio feedback and see what happens. Now immediately we focus in on our top position and we'll hear a sound signal when we get our wrists in the correct range. In this case, whenever I get my wrist position in the range, I start hearing a sound signal telling me that's where I should be. With this, we don't even have to look at the screen to practice. We can just put the phone away and focus on getting the feel for the right position and working it in our muscle memory. Now the other option we have is the guided drill practice. The guided drill mode is an interactive step-by-step tutorial that combines the best drills together with the audio feedback and some coaching methodology to fast-track your learning process. So this drill is divided into 3 different stages. First, you feel the correct position. Then you do a dynamic backswing and stop at the top. And finally, you do a full swing challenge with a ball. Now, in the first stage, the feel it stage, we guide you to truly get a feel of your wrist position and where it should be at the top through a slow rehearsal practice. In the next stage, the hit it stage, you have to do a full speed backswing and stop at the top. Once you stop, you already have to be in the correct position at the top of your swing. Now this is different from the first one, as you have to get in the right position immediately. With this, our aim is to help you learn the correct wrist motion step by step until you're ready to do it in an actual swing. And in the last stage, you actually have to hit a ball and get in the range at the top. To show an example how this works, let me start the drill and let's go through the first round of the slow rehearsal stage together. Now, the HackMotion will guide you throughout the whole process. So the first step is to set up my address position. So I go to my address position, and once the HackMotion sees that, your next step is to swing to the top. Once you're at the top, the HackMotion will show you where your ideal wrist positions are. Once I get there, I will have visual feedback that I'm doing it correctly and how many times I have to do it again. And the whole aim of the guided drill mode is to provide you a structured and guided method of practicing to embed the correct wrist positions into your muscle memory. And lastly, if we now go back to our default view, we have our 3 positions, the address, the top, and impact. But additionally, what we can do is try to understand how we got to these positions by looking at the graph of our wrist motion. So the graph is available under the shot replay option. And here, if we expand the graph first, we can see how our wrists behave throughout the whole swing. One way to use the graph would be to understand how we got to our positions and act accordingly. For example, we know that I was too extended at impact, but what exactly did I do wrong? Well, it turns out a lot of things. Not only was I not able to reduce my extension enough before impact, the extension I was able to reduce was all negated by the sharp increase right before my impact position, which indicates that I might need to start looking at drills on how to fix my extensive flipping. And that's basically it for club face control. You take a swing and get instant feedback on what went great and what went not so great. From that feedback, you're 2 taps away from an interactive practice mode that guides you in solving your most pressing swing issue. And now, of course, we can all agree that ultimately what matters is the impact position. But by being able to get in the right position during the backswing as well as the downswing, we can make sure we get there consistently. Overall, it's a very easy to understand, actionable practice mode with various tools and tips that guide you in the right direction. Now, if you're a more advanced user who likes to see all of the data available to them, in the Pro version, you also have access to the analysis mode. So let me quickly go to find analysis mode, which is under practice and full swing. Now let's open it up. But before we start, the first thing to notice here is that in the analysis mode, you're not only able to measure what your lead wrist is doing, but also you have the option to measure what your trail wrist is doing, which is a great way to get an even deeper insight on what your wrists are doing in the swing. But in this analysis mode demo, I'll be showing you the data of a lead wrist. Now, I've gone ahead and already made a swing to show you how the analysis mode works. The first thing you might notice is that in the 3D avatar, we also get the live ulnar radial deviation data. Not only that, but this mode offers you additional data such as ulnar radial deviation for your swing positions, which is great for measuring your lag or your wrist rotation, as well as the tempo of your swing. It's also a lot more customizable than club face control, allowing you to set up your views as you see fit. You can hide the metrics you're not interested in. For example, I can hide the rotation metrics and only see my flexion, ulnar, and timing data. You can expand the view. You can change it to a graph view. You can see all the lines, or you can see only one of the lines. It's fully customizable to suit your own needs. Now, one of the main differentiators that separates the player version versus the HackMotion Pro is that the Pro version also comes with a library of tour player swing samples. The tour player swing samples consist of a lot of major league players such as Dustin Johnson, David Toms, and so on. And it has samples of full swing, pitching, as well as putting. And the best part is that we can directly compare our swing data versus the Pro data. To do that, in the analysis mode, we have to first select the comparison mode. Once we open that up, we now have to select with which swing we want to compare our swing to. So I'll click Add Comparison, Long Game, and here we have an option to choose from. We have tour patterns, there are general patterns that most players should fall into, as well as specific swing samples from players. So let's say that I'll select Mark Wilson's driver example. Now, the first thing we see is the graph of the player's swing samples, as well as a short explanation of what the graph shows us. Once I'm comfortable with the sample, I'm going to click Compare. And now we see how our swing compares to the pros, which is an awesome way how to get a better understanding of where you need to improve, or if you're just a really big fan. So to summarize, the analysis mode is a real-time dashboard of your swing data that could be analyzed in however you see fit. It has access to tour player swing samples, you can measure your trail wrist data, and it's overall a great way to get a full picture of your wrist motion in your swing. Now, as I mentioned before, the HackMotion can also capture your putting strokes. So let me exit this real quick, select practice again, and for putting, we have 2 available training modes to choose from, putting stability and analysis. Now, the putting stability is a lot like club face control for full swing. It's a simple yet powerful practice mode with optimal ranges to aim for. And your main goal in it is to learn how to make a putt with as little wrist movement as possible. So let me show you what I mean by that. So I've just made a putt, and as you can see, there's a few things going on here. First, you might notice that the putting stability mode measures your flexion extension as well as your ulnar radial deviation. Secondly, we get optimal ranges that we should be aiming for. In this case, the goal is not to move my wrist by more than 2 degrees in either flexion extension or ulnar radial direction based on my adverse position. Essentially, what we want is our wrist movement as minimal as possible. The flatter our graph line is, the less movement is in my wrists, the more predictable the putt becomes. So the data on the left gives me a quick breakdown of what happened. So firstly, I moved my wrists by 3 degrees from my adverse position during my putt, which is not so great since the range is +2 to -2 degrees. For my ulnar radial movement, I was in range, so everything's right there. Now, if I want to know where I move my wrists, I can pay my attention to the graph and see that during my downswing, right after the top position, my wrist went out of the range. And that's about as simple as it gets. You make a putt and you make sure you do not move your wrists. You see where you're supposed to be, and you can also see where you're moving them. And just like it was for the full swing, putting also has the analysis mode. So if we go back, select practice, analysis, and start. Now I don't have a putt here, but it's essentially the same as the full swing analysis. You get all your data for flexion, ulnar, rotation, timing, and the ability to compare your putts against pro players' data. Now, HackMotion is not just about instant feedback. We also aim to provide you with the right insights and the tools to be able to analyze your data and keep track of your progress even after you left the driving range. So let's exit the putting analysis mode, select our data, and select my default profile. Now, after every session, I will receive an overview of my performance results. So let's look at the latest overview I got from the club face control mode session and see what sort of insights can we get there. So the first thing we notice is that we get a nice overview of our session. How many swings we had, when did it happen, and so on. Now, we also have the ability to add additional data to our sessions. If we click on that pencil icon on the right, we have the ability to add a session title, for example, what we worked on. We can select the club and also add additional comments to detail what exactly we did in the session in case we tried new things or something unexpected happened. So let's try and do this. So for the session title, I'm going to give it golf course, as I did this on the golf course. Club, let's select the 7-iron. And for the additional comments, I'm not going to add anything. Let's just save. And now I have this saved to the session. I can easily reference it later when I go through my library of previous sessions. Now, if we scroll down, we have this thing called streaks. Now, streaks happen when you get in the range more than once. So my all-time best streak for top position was that I was able to get in the top range 3 times in a row. And for impact, it's been 5. And this session wasn't as great. So this is a really great way how to measure your progress, keep track, and just overall engage yourself with the HackMotion. Now, if we scroll down, we can see that we have this little blue bubble here telling us that in 100% of our shots, my top position was extended. Now, this is the key takeaway that we want you to take away from this session. Now, in my example here, I just have to remember I have to keep working on a top position, looking at top drills, not even thinking about impact before I can get that checked in. I also have a nice overview here. Now for the top, 100% too extended, not much you can do here except practice more. In the impact, I was 20% in range and 80% too extended. Now this also gives you a nice summary of where you're at. As you progress in your HackMotion journey, you can see those numbers going down and that in range number going up. On the right, you have a visual diagram of the same numbers on the left, except visually. So for the top, you can see that all of them were red because I was too extended. In impact, I have 1 green line, that was my in-range shot. The rest were sort of extended or very extended. Now, if you scroll further down, we see this graph. For my top position, I can see where I was for my each swing and where I should have been. Green area is where I should have been. The red area is how far off the range was I. I can see that for the first 3 swings, I was fairly consistent. For the 4th swing, I went overboard. For the 5th swing, I started to go back to my usual pattern. At impact, I can see that my first swing was in range. My second swing, I was starting to get in my second swing, it was starting to get away from me. My 3rd swing, I was really extended. I'm not going to talk about the 4th swing. And then the 5th swing, you can see that I'm starting to rein it back in. Now, this is also a great way to measure your progress within a session. Furthermore, if we click on the shot list option, we have a nice overview of all our shots. So let's say that I didn't like the 4th shot. I'm going to click that, click inspect, and now I can see the same view we looked at before. I can look at my graph. I can replay my 3D model to see how my wrist looked like in real time. So let me just replay that. If that was too fast, I can also do it in half the speed or a quarter of the speed. Really try and understand the nuances of my wrist movement through this interface. And all of this data, your past sessions, your swings, they are synced to the cloud. So if you're using multiple devices, all of your data will be available from any of your devices, accessible from the data tab in your home screen. And that's about it for now. What you saw here just now might look a bit different in a few weeks' time, as we're constantly upgrading the application based on your feedback. But if after hearing all this information, you're still not sure which HackMotion option is the right one for you, the player or the pro, I would summarize it like so. Get the pro if you're a coach who wants to be able to provide the best insights to their students on what they're doing with their wrists. As with analysis mode, you get raw access to all the wrist data that you could ever hope for. Additionally, the HackMotion Pro also supports multiple profiles. So when you finish a session with your students, all of its data is categorized by your student profile. But if you're not a coach, but more a player who's either looking to fix some common swing faults, advance their game, or just gain a better understanding of what their wrists are doing in the swing, then get a HackMotion Player. HackMotion Player will offer you actionable feedback and a guided approach with recommendations, drills, tips, and so much more. And if after a while you decide you're ready to learn more, you can always upgrade to the Pro version later. Thank you for watching. Right, well, I hope that gave you some nice overview of the capabilities of HackMotion and how you can actually apply it in your own practice sessions. And now we have some time to answer some of your questions. A few of you already sent them in. If you haven't yet, now you have the unique opportunity to ask any sort of questions about HackMotion app and how it works, and how you can use it in your own practice sessions. We'll answer the first ones. Now, the first question we have is, in the clock face control mode, when I select the audio feedback versus the drill mode, which one should I use? And the answer is really depends on your own preference. The audio feedback basically plays a sound whenever you get your wrists in the range, and you can use it however you want. If you want to just do a slow practice to feel the right position, you can do that. If you have some sort of a drill you've seen online, you want to rehearse it and try it out, but you're not sure if you're doing it correctly, and turn on the audio feedback and make sure that your top or impact positions are always in the correct range when you're doing these drills. Now, the drill mode is more of a, I would call it a guided practice. Now, with the audio feedback, you have to watch a drill on a video and then try to replicate it. The drill mode sort of combines these two elements together, and we sort of guide you through a specific drill which is tied together with the audio feedback step by step. So you don't have to watch a drill video and understand it. We already provide you the video. We provide you the drill, and you just follow the steps through drill mode. So those are the two differences. One is a more hands-on guided approach. The other one is more like do what you want. You hear a sound when you're in the right range, and you can use it in various applications. Now, the other question we have is, will we be adding additional drills inside the application? And the answer to that is yes, of course. Currently, we have a few drills. If you're outside the range for the top or impact position, you can click on the cards, and we have recommended drills on how to try to fix this. We're currently working with other top coaches to add more drills for either the same problems and how to approach them differently, or even adding more drills for other specific problems. So keep your app updated. It's updated every 2 weeks, and you'll get the drills. Now, the last question we have till now is there a way to save individual sessions over time if both my daughter and I are using it, or is that only available in the Pro? Yes, you can. All of the sessions, once you finish session, they're saved in the cloud for your account. Now, if you have the player version, what you can do is you can use different accounts. So let's say you log in with john@hackmotion.com and you do your sessions there. They're going to be saved in that account. If you log out and log in with a different account, let's say Lizzie@hackmotion.com, then all of those sessions will be saved for Lizzie's account, and they will not overlap. So yeah, you can use the HackMotion player for 2 different people if you want to. Now, the Pro version has the profiles option. So that's if you're a coach, you don't have to log in and out all the time. You just have your students listed in the list, and it's a lot easier to categorize their data. Now, the other question we have is, how do I send an email to my clients with their reports after a session? That's a good question. We currently can't really do that from the application. What you can do is you can either take a video recording of your application, have you go through the data, and then send that, or you can take a screenshot. We are currently working on a way to actually make that more easier and with a lot less effort. If you don't have any other questions, I will proceed to the last question, but okay. So the last question we have is, can I practice with a HackMotion at home if I do not have a net? Well, first thing, putting, always can do it at home. It's a great use case. If you're bored between meetings, you can always putt a little bit and try to improve your consistency. With the full swing, the way the HackMotion works is we look for the vibration at your impact position. So the ideal use case is using a ball. If you don't have a ball, what you can do is you can graze the ground with the club. Let's say you have carpet, do a full swing, graze the ground, and that will register the swing. So that is one way to practice with a HackMotion at home if you don't have a net. The other way is just using the audio feedback. Let's say you want to work in your top or impact positions just to get the feel for it. You can do that. You don't actually have to hit a ball to be able to do that. Okay, and if that's all of the questions we have, then thank you for joining. I do want to remind you that right now we have in the spirit of PGA, we have an offer of both the HackMotion Pro, the HackMotion Player, and for the upgrade from the Player to the Pro. With all of them are somewhere around 100 or 100 more discounts. So do try them out, do test them out, see them out. They're in the hackmotion.com, and yeah. All of the video recordings for this webinar will also be made available on our website. So if you miss some, if you want to rewatch them or pause them or just analyze them afterwards, that is possible. And yeah, thank you for joining. And